Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of True Crime with Kendall Ray. Thank you so much for joining me today. And if you're new to the show, then welcome. I'm so happy to have you. And make sure you click subscribe so that you never miss an upload from me. Well, guys, today I've got to say the case that I'm going to be covering, I'm going to be telling you about, is one of the weirdest cases I have ever come across. There were so many moments when researching this case where I just felt flabbergasted. I mean, I've covered plenty of toxic love triangles, unfortunately, but it will never cease to shock me how far some people are actually willing to take things. I'm going to be telling you about the murder of Alex Woodworth, who seemed like such a sweet soul, and his life was brutally taken by someone who was selfishly just trying to fix their own reputation. Now, getting into the case here, of course, as always, I like to start by telling you as much as I can about the victim. And Alex, like I said, he seemed like a phenomenal human. And it made me really sad when prepping for this episode because in pretty much all of the coverage on the case, he is very overshadowed by his killer. And it's, I think, because her behavior is so outlandish and insane that most of the coverage spends most of the time talking about her, but he gets kind of lost in the storytelling oftentimes. And he was a really, really cool person that deserves to be highlighted and talked about. So I want to start out by telling you about him, of course. So Alexander Woodworth was born on January 1st, 1994 in St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin, to John and Kimberly Woodworth, and he grew up in Osceola, Wisconsin. He was the oldest of four, and that is a role that he really seemed to be amazing at because all of his siblings just adored him. And here's a sweet example of that. Okay, so his sister Sarah said that when they were kids, she ended up cutting her hair very short because she wanted to fit in with all the neighborhood boys so that she could play with them, but also to spend more time with Alex. And another thing you'll pick up about Alex is he was super, super smart. And he really used that gift to try and help his younger siblings in school. And his sister said that she really struggled with English and math, girl, same. And Alex would spend hours tutoring her and even created her worksheets to help her learn, which I thought was just so cool that he was willing to go the extra mile like that. And it really paid off because she ended up getting the highest score on the English portion of the ACT, which I remember being very hard, and she credits him for that accomplishment. And his natural talents and really just love for academics carried on as he got older. After graduating from high school in 2012, he attended the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, where he received his bachelor's degree in philosophy and a minor in biology. And his fellow students describe Alex as astonishing and impressive, but also very kind, which I think is the most important quality to have. And one of his good friends said that Alex was just remarkable in class and really drew attention for his intelligence. And he recalled wanting to be friends with him so bad that he ended up joining the philosophy book club that Alex had started just to make that friendship happen. And then another friend said he was kind of like this super intellectual, very sensitive person. He just knew everything. So clearly, Alex was an overall very driven and passionate person. And he also seemed to be a very deep person. So naturally, philosophy ended up being just a great passion of his. Everyone who knew him said that he was fascinated by different philosophical concepts and could often be found reading or journaling about them. He loved to engage in conversations and debates about different theories, and not because he cared about being right or wrong or like proving his point at the end of the day, but because he really just wanted to exercise his mind. And, you know, at the end of the day, most people described him as so much more than just being smart and having a lot of, knowledge up in his noggin and a lot of things to say. But he was also just very warm and a caring person who many described as very understanding and truly thoughtful. He just honestly sounds like someone I would love to be friends with. He sounds like a real salt of the earth, good person. And I loved this. His father once said that Alex loved the unlovely, which I've never heard that before, but that's such a beautiful way to describe someone. He said that his thing was to find stuff that people didn't care for and make sure that they were taken care of. Like, for instance, he loved insects and he would never kill bugs or spiders that were inside. And instead he would, transfer them kindly outside, relocate them, rehome them, however you want to put it, which honestly is something I should probably try to do, but I am terrified of spiders. Anyway, I can try to be more like Alex, I guess. And then another friend once talked about how he shared his writing with Alex because he trusted his opinion, which can be a pretty vulnerable thing for a writer to do, but he gave him the support he needed to feel good about the direction of his writing. And that just truly seemed to be who Alex was. He was someone who wanted to help others and make the world a kinder place. And after graduating college, he wanted to go on to graduate school, of course, and work towards eventually becoming a philosophy professor at the University of Oregon. So he decided to stay in Eau Claire while applying for schools, which makes sense because he had built a wonderful community for himself there. So in 2017, while working towards his dreams, he tutored on campus, he filled in as a substitute teacher, and he also worked as a barista at a coffee shop called Racy Delaney's. His coworkers and regular customers loved his presence there and described him as friendly, welcoming, and funny. And I guess one of the regulars there said that everyone knew him as the barista who would always listen to weird music and read about philosophy for hours. And to me, it seems like Alex was the type of person who just really didn't give a damn about what anyone thought about him, and he was just proud to be who he was, and I think people really admired that about him. But unfortunately, it was during this time, which seemed to be a great time in Alex's life, that he met the worst person to ever come into his life, and that is Ezra McCandless. Now, Alex first met Ezra at this local bar in Eau Claire called The Joint, and she said that she saw Alex intensely writing and was so curious that she basically just walked up to him and said, "What are you writing?" And then he started telling her about the philosophical ideas he was taking notes on, which led them to having a deep conversation. And Ezra was actually there with her boyfriend, Jason, who eventually came over to check in, but that didn't stop the two of them from chatting. And according to her, the two of them talked for hours about their love of spiders, theoretical concepts, and common interests, and after that night, their friendship formed. But before I tell you more about how things evolved between the two of them, I need to tell you more about her. So Ezra, oh my God. Ugh. Here we go. So her full name is Ezra McCandless, but she was actually born Monica Kay on October 6th, 1997 to a single mother, Rosalina, who was just 14 years old when she gave birth, and the two of them lived in the small town of Stanley, Wisconsin. Her biological father was never part of her life, but when she was 4, her mom's partner, Joe Shane Carlin, adopted her. So then she became Monica Carlin. And then shortly after that, Joe Shane and Rosalina had Ezra's younger brother, but the two of them had a very toxic relationship and ended up having a very messy divorce when Ezra was 12 years old. They ended up splitting custody of their young son, but Ezra stayed with her mother, who then started seeing a guy named David Gunnelson. And he would eventually move in with them, marry Rosalina, and they would have a daughter, Ezra's half-sister. So when you hear all of this, obviously Ezra's early years seem to be rather tumultuous, but she definitely found an outlet in art, and she was really interested in painting, drawing, and also photography. And while she was in high school, Ezra began exploring her gender identity and experimented with more traditionally masculine hair and clothes. And I want to be very clear on something. Ezra has called this part of her life a phase, and I also want to be clear that those are her words, not mine, and she now identifies with she, her pronouns, which is why I'm obviously using those today. But anyway, let's just say Ezra's friends described her as very different from the way that Alex's friends described him. People who knew her described her as a sort of zany person who loved attention, which will become very clear. She liked to stand out, so much so that she covered her car with all these original drawings and doodles that made it very distinct. And then after high school, Ezra attended college in Marionette, Wisconsin, but she ended up dropping out during the first year and moved back in with her mom in Stanley. And it was around this time in 2015 that she got her name officially changed to Ezra McCandless. Now, she decided on the first name, seeing it in a book during a family vacation, and I guess the name just gave her a wonderful feeling, which I will say I do love the name Ezra. I think it does give me a wonderful feeling as well. Well, maybe not after learning about her, but I do know some great Ezras. Anyway, the last name, I guess, was inspired by Christopher McCandless. And if you're not familiar with him, because I was not, he was a young man who traveled across North America with only his essentials in the early 90s to explore different areas of nature. But unfortunately, he passed away in an abandoned city bus on the Stampede Trail in Fairbanks, Alaska. And ever since then, he has become a really fascinating character, especially to nature enthusiasts. So much so that he was the central figure of the popular 1996 book Into the Wild and the 2007 movie adaptation, which really popularized him more for the younger generations. Now, Ezra claimed that she related so deeply to Chris's love of nature and philosophy that she took his last name to honor him. But even though she now had this new last name, she was still very indecisive about what she wanted to do with the rest of her life. So after dropping out, she wasn't in a hurry to find a job, so she ended up spending a lot of her free time just hanging out in Eau Claire. And it was there that she met her future boyfriend, Jason Mangle, who was an Army Reserve medic living in town. And I did mention him earlier. But the two of them met one night outside of Racy Delane's when Jason stopped in after his bike got a flat tire on his way home from work. The place was closed, but his friend, Alex Woodworth, was working. So he let him in to grab some coffee. Then Jason sat on a bench outside and let out a huge sigh. And that's when Ezra, who was lying down on another bench nearby, popped up and asked him what he was so upset about. They talked for a while, they exchanged Instagram handles before parting ways, and then they started DMing. And just 2 weeks later, the two of them already started dating. And here's the real kicker, you guys. Ezra was 19 and Jason was 34. And look, sometimes age gaps in relationships oftentimes can work just fine. I'm not here to judge. Oftentimes they're healthy and not a problem. But I gotta say, in my opinion, this specific relationship and the age gap here was kind of sus because, I mean, this is in my opinion, but Ezra was a legal adult, but she was 19. She's still a teenager, and Jason is 34. That's a pretty big difference. I mean, to think about the life experience and emotional maturity that you go through from 19 to 34. But it is really important to note here that Jason claimed that Ezra led him to believe that she was actually older than she was and that he didn't learn about her exact age until they were deep into their relationship. And I'm not entirely sure if that's how it actually went down. That's according to him, but knowing her track record, which we haven't even gotten into yet, I would not be shocked if she lied to him. But either way, whether age was a factor or not, things between the two of them took off very quickly. Before long, the two of them were calling each other wife and husband and saying, "I love you." Ezra confided in him that her home life was toxic and that her mom would pressure her too much, so Jason offered for Ezra to come stay with him and his roommate. And he said that she could just chip in whatever she could until she was able to find a job, and she happily took him up on this offer. And that brings us back to when Ezra met Alex at the joint. Ezra and Jason also regularly went to Racy Delaney's and would often see Alex working there. And like I mentioned, Alex and Jason were friends. And it seems like Racy's had many regulars who became sort of this tight-knit community, even nicknaming themselves Racy's Rats. And Ezra and Jason kind of integrated themselves into this group. But behind closed doors, things were getting rocky between them. And in October of 2017, she ended up finding out that she was pregnant. And he completely gave her the choice on what to do. She decided not to go through with the pregnancy. And the appointment for that, unfortunately, fell on her 20th birthday. And going through all of this really took a strain on their relationship. And Jason, I guess, started sleeping on the couch and really isolating himself while Ezra started to seek comfort in her relationship with Alex Woodworth. The two of them, Alex and Ezra, started spending a lot of time together. And at first, Jason really encouraged this because he thought the friendship would be a good source of support during this hard time. But somewhere along the way, it turned into a sexual relationship, and the two of them started to develop feelings for each other. And Alex even told some of his friends that he was falling in love. But things weren't exactly smooth between the two of them either, and before long, things took a very intense turn. At some point, she was over at his house when he got a cut across his wrist, and I am purposefully being very vague phrasing this because it's not fully clear what happened here. Alex told his friends that it was an accident, yet she told people that he was self-harming because she wouldn't leave Jason for him. But Ezra, as I've already really hinted to here, and is going to become even more clear as we go, is a super unreliable narrator. She is someone that I just don't trust at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if she made that up, but it could be true. I don't know where Alex was at mentally at this time, but I tend to want to just believe what he said because I have no reason not to believe Alex. But either way, she ends up calling Jason to come help because he has experience as an army medic. So he knew how to tend to wounds and he came right over. And at this point, you got to remember, he has no idea that Alex and Ezra are having an affair. He thinks he's just a friend helping out a friend. And if you think this is all complicated now, it's only going to get more so. So hang in there. And this is when another man enters the mix. In February of 2018, Jason had to go to a field training for a few weeks, so he asked his friend John Hansen to come look after Ezra while he was gone because she had a tendency to isolate herself. Now, John and Jason were very close and spent a lot of time together playing Dungeons and Dragons, and sometimes Ezra would join them, or she used to, because at some point along the way, she got very self-conscious about not fully understanding how to play the game and started just refusing to play. Anyway, I guess whenever Jason would want to go play Dungeons and Dragons, she would like freak out, throw a complete fit, and eventually he would agree to stay home. And so he stopped playing one of his favorite games with his friends as much as he used to, which I think is really sad and manipulative. And so Ezra. But anyways, I guess since the three of them knew each other well, John was trusted to spend time with Ezra while Jason was away. Why she needed someone there, I don't know. So one of these nights, John invites Ezra to come over to his house, and the two of them start drinking along with his roommate. And yes, she was still under 21 at the time. And well, turns out Jason shouldn't have trusted Mr. John because they ended up sleeping together that night. And it wasn't the only time, because when he dropped her off the next morning, they hooked up again in Jason's bed. So yeah, super fucked up. And then shortly after that, she texted Jason that she was moving out of the apartment, which he was, of course, shocked by. And she went to go stay with her mom. And after he got back in town, Ezra was having a hard time in Stanley, but couldn't come back to Jason's because his roommate didn't like her. But even though things weren't great between them, he ended up renting a hotel for the two of them to stay at. And while they were there, Jason ends up taking a look at Ezra's phone, and what does he see? He sees text messages between her and John talking about how they hooked up and wanting to do it again. Brilliant, this one, I'm telling you. Now, Jason, of course, was super pissed off and really upset about this whole situation, and the two of them started fighting. And that's when Ezra decided to tell him that John had actually sexually assaulted her. And I want to quickly clarify here, and this is something that I'm sure a lot of you have already guessed, given the nature of Ezra. And you will definitely understand this fully as we continue to go through this case, but these claims about John sexually assaulting Ezra are not true. And I have to just take a moment to say how much I honestly hate people who lie about instances of abuse like this. It's just, victims have a hard enough time as it is being believed. And people will point to people like Ezra, the Ezras of the world, as a reason to not believe others. And it just makes it even more challenging for people who have actually been sexually abused, assaulted, raped, whatever the case may be. And anytime I talk about something like this, I just feel the need to point out that false claims about sexual assault are very, very rare, okay? And what Ezra did here just pisses me off for so many reasons. Obviously, the reason that I'm telling you about this case is because she does much worse things as time goes on. But yeah, she's just a pathetic, manipulative liar who used these allegations of abuse and assault to excuse her terrible choices and behavior so that her boyfriend wouldn't be mad at her and would stay with her. That's pathetic and disgusting. But anyway, Jason, of course, didn't know this at first, and so understandably, he believed her, and he was beyond angry at his friend for doing this. So he went to his friend Josh's house, I know, another J name, and he goes over there to confide in someone, and for some reason, which doesn't make sense to me, she came along with him to Josh's house. And while they were there, Jason started to tell him what had happened, and he was getting so worked up that Josh became worried about what he might do, so he ended up calling 911 to defuse the situation. And when the police arrived, Ezra began telling one of them what was going on, and she asked an officer if she could speak with him privately at the police station. And at this point, obviously, her story is just starting to snowball out of control, but of course, she still kept up with it. And at the station, she told Officer Mark Vane that John had taken advantage of her when she got too drunk. And I have to give it to him. He was incredibly sensitive and supportive towards her during this interview. And an official investigation was open and assigned to Detective Ryan Prock, who asked Ezra for the text between her and John, but she refused. Which I'm sure the moment that she refused to share the text messages, they really started to doubt her story. And John, however, was more than willing to give over the text messages, whatever he could do to clear his name. And the text told a completely different story than the one that Ezra was telling them. Here are a few examples of what she sent him when they were together. Now, I have to just give you a warning. These are very graphic. I sometimes cuss in my videos and people get mad at me and are like, I'm watching this with my kids. I'm listening to this with my kids. Please don't cuss. Kids should not be watching this show, okay? It's rated explicit. No. So if your kids are in the room, tell them to leave. But truly though, this is not a show for kids, okay? I cannot make that more clear. Here are these text messages. Are you going to pound this anytime soon? Working out again does really make you want to fuck everything that's moved. And yes, it said moved. Just let me know when I get my next in and out, winky face. Also, hanging and doing art again would be nice because you're more than a good dick. You're more than a good dick. That's so sweet. Now, of course, those texts, they say a lot, but they don't negate a possible assault. But Prock did learn something else that did. He actually interviewed Alex, who said that Ezra told him that she had consensual sex with John, but later really regretted it. And because of that, the case was closed with no charges brought against anyone. So now Jason, understandably, was very confused. So he confronted John and Alex while they were all at Racy's one day. And he later confirmed that's when Alex came clean about their relationship, which just caused more pain to everyone involved. Rumors started spreading across Racy's community, and people she once considered friends no longer trusted her and didn't want to be around her. In fact, a fellow friend and barista was so freaked out by everything that she even asked Alex if he was worried about Ezra filing a false report against him as sort of retaliation for talking to the police. But he told her that he didn't think she actually would do that. And I think that just shows you that even in the worst times and worst situations, he tried to see the best in people, even people like Ezra. Now, as for Ezra, she wasn't doing well with everything, and she found out that someone had written her phone number and the words "fuck me" on a stall in the men's bathroom at Racy's. And this really sent her into a spiral. And I just got to put in a little of my opinion. This is purely speculation in my opinion. I just have to say, I kind of feel like she was the one to write that. Just with everything I know about her, and as this case continues, I think you'll agree with me because she has... It'll make more sense later. I will say, though, I could be wrong. Someone may have really written that about her, and obviously that's terrible. But to make things even worse, her mom kicked her out of the house, and based on what I could gather, her mom, Rosalina, had found out that she and Jason were still in contact, which for some reason started this huge argument, and she left and started to stay with her dad, Joe Shane, who seemed to be supportive and helpful towards her. She was also hired by the Stanley Boyd School District, and while I couldn't figure out exactly what she was employed to do, it seemed like it would be her first steady employment. So even though things were pretty bad on the outside, it seems like internally there was at least an attempt to turn things around, but unfortunately things would only get tremendously worse. So on March 22nd, 2018, Jason was hanging out with a friend of his at Racy's, his friend Max, and all of a sudden, Ezra came in, and he immediately thought this was weird because the two of them had texted 600 times the day before and spoke on the phone that morning, but she never mentioned plans to come to Eau Claire. And no, that's not an exaggeration. The two of them literally texted each other 600 times during one day while broken up. Anyway, though, Jason said that day her demeanor seemed odd. He described her as fired up and agitated, and she told him that she was looking for Alex because she wanted to return a hot pad and a bookmark to him. Ezra then approached Jason's friend Max to say that she had a painting for him and asked if he wanted to do an art swap that they had previously talked about. And he agreed, so she drove them to his house. Now, Max later said that she seemed sad and low that day, and that she had told him that she was in town to deliver letters that she had written in therapy to different people, which is quite a different reason than she had told Jason. Then, after their art swap, she dropped him back off at Racy's and continued with her plan to find Alex. And Jason just still couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong, and he became very concerned that something terrible might happen. So he followed his intuition, and he rode his bike over to Alex's house to see if she was there and check in on them. And when he got there, he saw that Ezra was there, and he specifically saw her car outside with the engine still running and the driver's side door just wide open, hanging out. Now, for some reason, when he got there, he paced around the area for 45 minutes, which understandably looked weird, and he drew the attention of a neighbor who called the police on him. But before they arrived, he actually heard Ezra say, "He can help you." So he ran in and went upstairs to Alex's room, where he said the two of them seemed weird. And they weren't screaming or fighting or anything, but they were acting as if everything was okay. And it seemed like a front, which gave him an eerie feeling. And he suggested that if they wanted to talk, that they should do it in public. And by the time that the three of them were walking out of the house, the police arrived. One officer spoke with Ezra and Alex, and another listened to Jason explain why he was so concerned about them. But after assessing the situation, they found no reason for them to intervene. So the police and Jason left, while Alex and Ezra got into her car and drove off. And this would sadly be the last time anyone other than Ezra would see Alex alive again. Hours later, around 4 p.m., an elderly dairy farmer named Don Sipple was getting ready to sit down for dinner when his doorbell frantically rang about 6 or 7 times. And when he answered the door, he found Ezra standing on his porch barefoot, covered in mud, her clothes torn, and blood around her mouth. And she told him that she had been attacked in the woods and asked him to bring her to the hospital. So he brought her inside, got her a chair, and called 911. And during this call, which I'm about to play for you, you can hear him just trying to get basic information from her, like, "What's your name? Who did this to you?" And she just said that she didn't know.
I'm calling 911. What's the address of the emergency?
This is Don Sipple calling, and I have a young lady that just came to my house, and somebody attacked her, and she needs a doctor. Her clothes are all torn, and...
Okay. And is she injured?
Yeah, she's injured. Her mouth is kind of got some blood around it, and her clothes are all torn.
Okay. And she's by herself?
She's by herself. She walked to my house here just recently.
Okay. And can you ask her what her name is?
Just hold on a second.
Okay.
What's your name, ma'am? What? You don't know? She's in kind of bad shape. She just says she don't know.
And so she came on foot, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. She just walked to my door.
Okay. Can you ask her who did this to her? Or are you not?
Repeat that, please.
Can you ask her who did this to her?
Oh, just a second. Do you have any idea who did this to you? Just hold on. No, she can't. She's
Pretty distraught.
upset, and this is a strange situation, one I've never seen, and I've been around a long time.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, Don Sipple seems like such a sweet person, and he was really amazing in this moment. He was really trying to do everything that he could to help someone who he thought really needed it. But anyway, first responders arrive, and they begin to treat her. And when they asked her where she was hurt, she just said, all over. And then they asked her if there was someone that they should call for her, and she just kept saying Jason Mengel, which is interesting because she said that she didn't know her name, but she sure didn't forget Jason's name. And one of the responding officers asked her what the last thing she remembered was, and she said, getting them off of me, which made them think multiple people possibly had attacked her. They also described seeing scratches, but no wounds or lacerations. And the most significant injury was the word boy carved into her arm. And aside from all of that, Ezra said that she did have severe abdominal pain, but She was okay enough to walk from inside Dawn's house to the ambulance stretcher outside, and then she was taken to the Mayo Clinic in Eau Claire, and while there, Ezra started to remember a bit more. Kind of. She told workers that her name was Monica Kay, which, if you remember, is her birth name. And then she also asked them again to call Jason Mengel. Then she remembered that Alex carved boy into her arm while they were at Owen Park. And so once they had his name, police began to search for him because they're thinking that a possibly violent criminal was on the run or hiding, and they wanted to prevent this from happening to other people, of course. So officers searched Owen Park and they didn't find anything. So they went to Alex's house and his roommate informed them that he wasn't there. They also called his friends and family, but nobody had heard from Alex and no one had any idea where he was. And his parents were so confused that they thought maybe he and Ezra had been in a car accident, but she wasn't able to remember it. And some of his friends in the Eau Claire area immediately got to work putting missing persons flyers and spreading the word around town. I just have to say, this seemed like such a chaotic night, and I'm just really impressed by the way that law enforcement, hospital staff, detectives handled everything, because it had to have been really confusing trying to figure out what was going on. And I'm really happy to report that based on everything I've learned, everyone working on this case, like from start to finish, handled it all with such care and urgency, which is just reassuring when we get to say that about a case. And also keep in mind, this case involved 2 separate counties because Alex lived in Eau Claire County, but Ezra was discovered in Dunn County. And sometimes in cases that I've covered with multiple counties, there seems to be tension or confusion over jurisdictional issues, but that was absolutely not the case here. It seemed like all of these departments just shared a common goal and were working really well closely together. So it was just really refreshing to see such cohesive, cooperative work. And it's just frustrating that all of those resources couldn't lead to a better conclusion for Alex in the end. So the next day, March 23rd, officers still hadn't found Alex, so they decided to just start from square one. Officer Justin Gruhl and Detective Mark Piper returned to Don Sippel's farm to speak with him. And while Officer Gruhl was inside talking, Detective Piper waited in the car and started slowly driving down the road to see if he could find anything. And that's when he noticed footprints in the mud. So he followed them down an isolated farm road and found Ezra's car with shoes, blankets, and other objects around it. But then he discovered something truly awful, and that was Alex's body halfway hanging out of the wide open backseat driver's side door. So of course, when he sees that, he immediately stopped walking and called for the crime scene team. And shortly after they arrived, Alex was pronounced dead by the Dunn County Medical Examiner, while the Wisconsin State Crime Lab began assisting in collecting evidence. And it quickly became obvious that he was never a perpetrator, but actually the victim of an incredibly brutal murder. This actually makes me feel sick to say, but he was stabbed 16 times, including in the head, genitals, and torso. And his throat had been slit 3 times, with some of the wounds inflicted post-mortem. And I'm going to say that again. Some of his wounds were inflicted post-mortem. Okay, that's what we're dealing here with Alex. So the investigation was quickly underway, but first came the horrific task. I cannot imagine doing this, of having to tell his loved ones that they had found him, but in the worst way imaginable. And this is really, really heartbreaking, but Alex's uncle, Dale Hull, was a member of law enforcement, and the family asked him to be the one to communicate with the police while Alex was missing. So when he was told about the condition they found Alex in, he had to be the one to tell the rest of his family. I cannot even imagine what that would be like. And he later went on to talk about how traumatizing and painful it was to have to give his beloved in-laws the worst information that they could ever receive, that they probably would ever receive in their lives. And of course, it was massively heartbreaking to lose him, but the way that they lost him just didn't make any sense. They were all so confused. So obviously, investigators needed to speak with Ezra to try and find out what happened here. And the day after the discovery, Detective Ryan Prock went to interview Ezra at the Mayo Clinic's behavioral health facility where she had been transferred. And yes, if you remember, that is the same detective that was the lead on her sexual assault case. And he was actually assigned to the case because he had experience dealing with everybody involved. So he starts the interview by asking Ezra to walk him through everything that had happened the day before. And she tells him everything I've already told you, meeting Max at Racy's to exchange art, going to Alex's to return some stuff, and then Jason and the cops showing up. Then she says that when Alex got into her car, they were planning to go to a nearby park, but ended up just driving around aimlessly. And at some point, she said she got really anxious behind the wheel, so Alex took over driving. And she said that she had no idea where he drove them to, but she can remember getting out of the car and walking around the woods before, quote, ending up at that old man's house. And then after this, Proc asks about the word boy being carved into her arm. And she tells him that Alex would use boy and other male pronouns for her as a way to make fun of Ezra's past gender identity. And I just have to say, this does not at all sound like something Alex would do. I just flat out don't believe this. I think it's total bullshit. And obviously, I never knew him, but based on everything people say about him, no one had anything bad to say about Alex. And he was, into philosophy and well-read, and it seemed like such a deep soul. I don't see him being cruel like that or being judgmental and making fun of someone's gender identity or past gender identity. It just doesn't make any sense. But back to her bullshit, Ezra claimed that Alex was sitting in the driver's seat when he took this type of weapon called a tiger claw out of her center console. Now, if you don't know what that is, it's basically multiple little daggers that go on knuckles to give someone like Wolverine type claws. So she says that he put these on, grabbed her by the arm while she was in the passenger seat and carved the word into her arm. But here's the big flaw in her story, okay? Boy was on her left arm facing inward. And if you have that type of brain, you can already see why it's a problem. If you don't, like me, let me break down why this makes no fucking sense. If Alex really had carved the word boy into her arm, and remember, he's in the driver's seat, she's in the passenger seat, he would have had to use that claw tool to carve it upside down and backwards from his angle. Not to mention, Alex was right-handed, so with how they were seated in the car, it would have been just very awkward to accomplish this. It just makes no sense. Also, I have to point out the lining of the letters is pretty damn clear, as if it was done by a knife, not a bunch of these small little razors from this weird claw knife thing. And you can just tell by this point in the interview that Detective Proc is not buying any of this shit, so he just goes ahead and lets her continue to lie. And she really seems like one of those people who cannot stop lying. Like anything that pops up into their brain, like, oh, I could potentially lie about this, they just do it. They don't think it through. They just fucking do it. And at some point, this is so weird and unnecessary to lie about this, but they're talking about the clothes that she was wearing during the attack, and she tells him that she was wearing a pair of pants that she made. She didn't make them. I don't know why she wanted to tell him this, but she also told him that when she got to the hospital, she kept throwing up, which he knew couldn't have been true because on the ambulance ride, medics had administered Zofran, which is an anti-nausea medication. And she said that she had peed her pants during the ordeal, but her pants were tested and that was false. But yeah, for the first half of the interview, he just let her, talk in circles and spill any lies that her stupid brain could create and didn't really seem to question anything that she was saying. Of course, in his head, he definitely is. But then about halfway through, he reveals to her that they had found her car, and that means that they had found Alex's body lying on the muddy road, hanging outside of her car. And then, wouldn't you know it, Ezra suddenly remembers everything that happened.
Okay, what do you think we found at the end of the road, Ezra?
Was it me? I mean, my stuff?
What stuff?
Was it my, car or anything?
We did find your car. What happened back there, Ezra?
In my car?
Mm-hmm.
I don't fully remember.
Well, what do you remember?
I remember being really scared.
Okay.
And in a lot of pain.
Okay. People make mistakes, Ezra. And the best way for us to help you is try to figure out what happened in that car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I think you know what happened. I really do. I think it did. And I think you know something happened in there. Right?
Yeah.
I know. And I think something happened to Alex, and you know that too. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened to Alex?
I got him off of me.
Okay. Walk me through this. What happened?
I It's just really painful.
Well, we kind of need to know what happened, okay? We need to know the truth. We need to know what truly happened, okay?
So now her story is much more detailed, very dramatic, but still nonsensical. And I feel that the best way for you to get the picture here is for me to just keep playing the clips for you so you can really understand who we're dealing with here. But of course, I want to warn you that she is purposefully painting Alex as a predator, which is very much not true. So hearing her talk like that is upsetting.
Okay, walk me through, Ezra, what happened. With the truth, please.
When I got to the road, Alex wanted to keep going down the road to have some privacy to talk. And I said, well, there's a lot of nature. I'm sure it'll be fine to talk, because I really like to talk in nature.
Mm-hmm.
And when he grabbed me again, and he put me in the back of the car. And he seemed really upset about stuff, and he kept grabbing me, and I didn't know what to do, and he started cutting my pants.
Who did?
Alex.
Okay.
He started cutting my pants open and stuff, and I didn't know what to do, and it was really scary. And then he started cutting my shirt off of me, and I didn't know what to do, and I went to go make him stop, because he had this arm, and I cut my hand because I kept trying to grab him, and so he kept grabbing me and stuff, and then I finally got free, and I finally got the knife away from him, and then he kept trying to grab me in the back of the car, so I just started to defend myself as fast as I could, and then it's like, it got dark, and then then I woke up, and he just kept trying to attack me, and I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
And it was the scariest thing I've ever experienced in my life, because I've never ever fought back in my whole life.
Okay. So you said you had the knife. Where were you cutting him?
I just was going anywhere and everywhere I could,
Okay.
just to get him off of me and get away from me.
And did the knife actually make contact with him?
Yes.
Okay.
And even then, he just kept grabbing me and grabbing me and grabbing me.
Okay. So he kept grabbing you after you were stabbing him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then after that, she left the car, and he was laying there, and I didn't know what to do.
Okay, so then what happened?
And then so I just waited, and I was confused and scared, and I was just like coming in and out of it, like it would get dark for a little bit, and then I'd come out of it, and I'd panic again and hyperventilate, and then it would get dark again.
Okay.
And then I just started running.
Okay, I just have to stop here for a second and say that what Ezra is doing here is beyond disgusting. Evidence did not point to him attacking her out of nowhere the way that she is describing. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Investigators were able to conclude that the first stab wound was to the back of Alex's head, and he had no defensive wounds, so that means he was more than likely just caught off guard by her first initial stabbing. But of course, she doesn't want to admit that, so instead she's smearing his name while standing on the back of real survivors' stories to try and get away with murder. And she just keeps trying to spin everything that she did in her favor.
Your car, where we found it, how did it get to that dirt road?
Alex drove it up the hill a little bit, and then it started getting stuck. So I was like, I can fix it. I can get it out of here. I just need to drive up the road a little farther where it looks like the frost hasn't given out yet.
Okay.
And so I drove up the road a little bit, and then I got out of the car to try to see what was going on, because it was stuck again, and I was like, I don't know what to do about this car being stuck.
Okay.
So I was looking in my car for, maybe a board or anything to put underneath the tire to get traction and stuff. And then that's when everything started happening.
Okay. And walk me through again what happened there, Ezra.
After I was in the back of my car looking for stuff.
Okay, so the car gets stuck. Do you remember what's around you?
No. I just remember there's a lot of trees.
Okay. So you're in the back seat, or you're looking for something, you said, right?
Yeah.
What happens then?
Alex came after me.
Okay, walk me through that, please.
When I was
how it happened.
I was in the back seat and I was looking for stuff and I was moving things out of the way, trying to find anything to get my car out of there because I was already anxious as it is. And then Alex came up from behind me and then he just started grabbing me.
Okay, how was he grabbing you?
He grabbed me by the throat.
Okay.
And then he pushed me down.
When you say he pushed you down, where did he push you down?
In the car.
Okay.
And then he was on top of me and he started cutting things. And it was really scary.
Okay, so he was cutting things on you. What was he cutting again?
My pants.
Okay, and then what happened?
He cut my pants and I tried to grab it and I hurt my hand.
Okay, let's see the hand, please. Okay.
And then I was moving a lot and he cut my leg right here.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then after that, I started trying to wrestle him and fight him off of me and kick and do whatever I could. But I got the knife and then I just started.
How did you get the knife from him?
I grabbed it. I grabbed it from him and I pulled.
What did you grab? The blade or?
I grabbed the blade the one time and that hurt a lot.
Okay, I just have to pause and say that this is one of the most ridiculous parts of her story. If she grabbed the knife by the blade and yanked it, you would expect her hand to be very messed up, right? Well, wrong. It must have been made of steel because it was in pretty good shape. There were some scratches on it, but it almost looked like deep paper cuts. I mean, I've literally seen worse hand injuries that people, including myself, have gotten from chopping vegetables. It obviously didn't add up at all to what she was saying, and the lies, of course, they just kept coming.
Okay.
So I was freaking out. I was just freaking out.
Do you remember where you ended up stabbing him?
I don't really fully know because it was just anything and everywhere.
Okay, anything and everywhere is where you're stabbing him. So was he on top of you? So you have it here. Do you know if you stabbed him in the back or any place?
I don't know if I had it facing up or down.
Okay.
But I just...
Okay.
Everywhere.
Did all this stabbing take place in the car or outside?
More of it took place outside the car because he went on top of me again.
He went on top of you again outside. So most of the stabbing you said took place outside.
It was inside the car, a lot took place, and then not that much else took place outside of the car after he was on top of me again.
Okay, so you kind of lost me on that part, Ezra. So some of the stabbing took place in the car. Mm-hmm. A lot of it took place outside.
Not a lot. A lot of it took place in the car, and then outside the car, he came after me again.
Okay.
So, when that happened in the car, he was on top of you? How did you end up getting out?
Just kicking and stabbing anywhere and everywhere.
Now, this also just does not make sense because according to expert testimony, there simply just wasn't enough blood in the car to suggest that multiple brutal stab wounds occurred in there. And investigators believe that it's possible that blood ended up getting in there because Alex had climbed into the back seat to try and get away from her, and that's why he was found in such an odd position. And at this point, we're at countless lies, but Detective Proc just, lets her keep going.
How come you didn't tell me this yesterday when we talked, Ezra?
Because it's too scary.
I know it's scary, but we needed the truth, right? See, it's better to come and tell us the truth so we know what happened.
Because it's just so scary and I can't get it out of my head.
And we're sorry that you went through this. What happened to the knife afterwards?
I think I dropped it when I was running.
When you say dropped it, where do you think you dropped it?
In the grass.
Okay. So, you know how it's a big mud, you drove up there, in the grass along the mud trail?
I think so.
Or, along the highway?
I think along the highway when I was running, because I remember falling down a few times because my legs were really weak.
Okay. Did you throw it, into the field, a long ways away?
No, I think it just dropped.
Okay, so someplace between the car and Don's house, you dropped the knife. Okay. Where's his cell phone at?
I don't know, because I think I grabbed it with my phone when I was running.
Okay.
And I fell a couple times. So I know that my phone broke, but I don't know because if his phone broke or not.
Why'd you grab his cell phone?
Because I needed to bring it to somebody.
Why?
So that I could call.
So you took his cell phone to call, but you don't know where it is? So did you throw that in the ditch too with the knife?
I think I dropped it with my phone.
But I think you guys got her phone, right?
Yeah, because you just had an iPod, correct?
So
It might be in the ditch. Because I don't know if I dropped it in Don's yard or anything.
Okay, so here she is making it sound like she just happened to drop it, but Alex's phone was found broken into pieces on the side of the road in the mud, which obviously is too soft of a surface for that to make any sense. And she claims that she grabbed the phone to call for help, something that she actually never attempted to do. So investigators believe she took it and smashed it so that he couldn't use it. And at this point in the interview, Detective Prock is starting to wrap things up, but there is one last significant moment.
one of the questions I have is, after this incident, did you do anything to yourself? Did you harm yourself in any way?
No, I didn't want to.
You said, but what happened?
I didn't harm myself.
You didn't?
No, when I fell, I hurt my hand and I bit my tongue.
Okay. And then the boy carved in your arm. Okay. The part that throws me off on that is, if I'm sitting here and he's going to be carving it in, it's written perfect with a right-hand person like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if he would have written it in, it would have been reversed, right?
Mm-hmm.
How did boy get put in your arm?
I'm trying to think.
He didn't do that to you, did he? You carved boy into your own arm. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When did that happen?
That happened when I was in the car.
In the car with him? Or when
When I was in the car after I woke up the second time.
So after you stabbed him and you came back into it, as you put it, because you blacked out, that's when you carved this in? Okay. How about the cuts to your legs? When did those happen?
Those happened before I stabbed.
And who did those?
He did those.
Okay.
They hurt really bad.
So he cut you here.
And here.
And he cut you on the legs, you're saying. But the boy was done by you? Why?
Because I felt really bad. Because I didn't want it to happen, and I felt really bad.
You didn't want what to happen?
But
Ezra?
I didn't want any of it to happen.
Okay.
So I wrote it so that I have to remember what happened and feel bad about it.
It's honestly pretty unbelievable just how quickly her story unraveled. But I'm glad that she's such a stupid liar, because now investigators could see very easily who the real perpetrator was. Now, while investigators are putting all the pieces together, unraveling the lies, Alex's loved ones are just reeling from how shocking and horrific everything was. And they held a memorial service for him on March 31st at the Osceola Community Church, and around 300 people attended. Their family also received around 500 cards expressing their condolences. Alex's dad said the most impactful one was from a man who said that his son was friends with Alex and at one point was contemplating ending his life. He told Alex about it, and he listened, and he talked him out of it and helped him to find mental health resources. And the card ended with him saying that his son is alive because of Alex, which made his dad think about the strong impact he left in just 24 years and what his legacy could have been if he got to have a full life. And this was just one of the many instances where Alex helped someone who was going through a hard time. I think his friend Court Fox worded this loss really well when he said, "The one person who would be the best at helping me get through this is gone." And while grappling with all of this, his family couldn't even properly put him to rest yet because his body was held as evidence for about 4 months after his murder. And unfortunately, his loved ones would have to go through many struggles in the fight to get him justice. Now, I'm happy to say that 2 weeks after the murder, Ezra was arrested and charged with first-degree intentional homicide, to which, of course, she pleaded not guilty. In early April, she appeared in court over a video call for a bond hearing, and I gotta say, she looked pissed that she even had to be there. She looks completely unamused and annoyed. And during this, the state was asking for a $750,000 bond because of the severity of the crime, but the judge ended up setting it to $250,000, which no one ever paid anyway, so Ezra remained in jail. Then on April 25th, following a preliminary hearing, Judge James Peterson ordered her to undergo a competency evaluation, which ultimately led to her being declared fit to stand trial, but that didn't stop her from trying it. In October, one of her lawyers sent a letter to the judge saying that Ezra wishes to change her plea to not guilty by mental disease or defect. But then in February of 2019, Ezra and her lawyers appeared in court again, and after smiling and greeting her mother, she informed the judge that the plea was changing back to not guilty, and she planned to testify at trial. And it seemed like during all the pretrial hearings, the defense was really struggling to come up with a strategy until they eventually, of course, settled on self-defense. Now, the trial started on October 15th, 2019, and the whole thing was just contentious and dramatic right from the start. In opening statements, the DA argued that Ezra intentionally lured Alex to be alone with her so that she could kill and frame it as an act of self-defense to get Jason back, which is exactly what I think happened, and Detective Prock definitely agrees. He later said, she was saying anything she could to make herself look like a victim. She thought Jason would maybe look at getting back together with her if she was a victim. Which for Ezra, that makes sense. That motive makes sense. But when you really think about it, it's like, oh my God. And I mean, Ezra's not the only one. I've covered cases with crazy motives like that before where you're just like, wow, you were really willing to take someone's life, their entire life, as like a chess piece in your relationship game. It's hard to wrap your mind around that type of evil. And anyway, in the defense's opening statements, they argued that she was really in a horrific battle for her life and had no other choice, which is bullshit in my opinion. I think you all probably agree. So as you can see here, no one was arguing whether or not Ezra killed Alex. Obviously, she did. Everyone agrees. But they were arguing why she did it. And the defense used such a gross strategy here. I mean, we do see it all the time, but they decided to attack Alex's character. They tried to make him look like a deviant who had no regard for other people's feelings and was capable of violence. And to try and argue this, you guys, this is so low. They read his philosophy journals in court. Obviously, as a philosophy major and just overall passionate person about philosophy, he would often study philosophers' works and take notes on them. So his journal contained his interpretations of very abstract ideas, including cannibalism and crime and power. And the defense spun it like he was writing out his own thoughts, like it was a diary or something. And obviously the prosecution clarified that these were his studying materials, not like his personal journal. Just ridiculous. But they also called many of his family and friends as witnesses to testify to his true character. And it went against everything the defense was trying to say about him. Now, one of the most significant prosecution witnesses was Jason, which made the energy of the courtroom very bizarre. Of course, Ezra had to act so strange and so extra when Jason came into the room, and I don't think you will be surprised by her behavior at all, because right before he walked in, Ezra had pushed aside the pink blazer that she was wearing and rolled up the sleeves to show that underneath she had on this green cardigan that he had given her. And when he entered the room, she straightens up. She looks so excited to see him. It's very flirtatious. You can see her straightening up in her seat and making these weird flirty facial expressions. And while he's on the stand, Jason talked about their tumultuous relationship, his friendship with Alex, finding out about the infidelity, and most importantly, what he witnessed just hours before the murder. And the whole time, Ezra's just looking at him like he was someone that she had a huge crush on. Not like it was her ex-boyfriend testifying at her murder trial. And Jason later said it was emotional to see the games never stopped. It was deliberate. It was just shocking. I don't understand what her tactic was, but I definitely felt uneasy. It just felt like more of the emotional manipulation that I had been put through. I definitely felt like she thought that showing that to me, this is how much I love you still. And once the prosecution rested their case, it was the defense's turn to bring in their star witness, Ezra McCandless. Now, of course, as we've talked about many times, it's always incredibly risky for the defense to put their client on the stand. And I gotta say, this choice probably didn't pay off the way that they thought it would, but unless they're stupid, they had to have considered that it probably wouldn't have gone very well anyway, but maybe it was just their last-ditch effort. But yeah, her demeanor up there was disgusting. I mean, she seemed like very light and happy. Didn't give the vibes of, hey, I'm at a trial right now. I'm testifying in my own murder trial. You can see her smiling and giggling while describing a situation that she said was so violent, it required her to take someone's life. And at one point, she even starts laughing after she and her attorney interrupted each other. And of course, I understand that people who've been through traumatic situations sometimes, react when talking about it in a way that wouldn't always make sense. But I promise that is not what is happening here. This is like a strange attempt at main character energy. And I just cannot even imagine what it must have been like for Alex's loved ones to sit there while Ezra is talking about how she killed him, and she's acting as if she's like reviewing a movie or something. But anyway, she was on the stand for hours, and eventually time came for her to recount the events of his actual murder. And when it was that time, her story changed yet again.
Ezra, before we broke for lunch, I think we were at the point where the police had left and you and Alex are now leaving his house.
Yes.
All right. Whose car were you in?
My car.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
When you left Alex's car, did you go to drive your car, Alex's house? Sorry, I'm talking too fast. Did you go to drive anywhere in particular?
No.
What was your intentions?
It was briefly discussed about maybe possibly going to a park or just somewhere in common to speak. We didn't settle on something.
As you were driving, were you paying much attention to where you were going?
No, just driving.
What was the subject of the conversation between you and Alex as you're leaving his house and starting to drive?
What we had started talking about is like feelings towards the relationship we had, and he started to now speak about how he felt about my relationship with Jason and how he felt about our relationship ending.
As he was talking and you were talking,
yes.
What was happening to you and your feelings?
I started feeling anxious after our conversation being abruptly interrupted. And now we were driving and talking about me and Jason and things like that. I started to feel anxious, just uneasy.
What did you do as a result of that anxiety?
As a result of my anxiety, I asked him if it would be all right if he could drive for a while.
How did he respond?
He said, yes, yeah, I can drive. It's fine.
So what happened after he told you he could drive?
After we briefly parked, we switched drivers and he started to drive me.
Do you know where you were at that particular point?
No.
When he was driving at that point, did the conversation continue?
Yes.
Were you paying attention at all to where he was going?
No, I was trying to focus on what he was saying.
Did you know where he was going or direct him to a certain direction at all?
No, we were just driving.
What was the conversation about then?
The conversation was more led by him at this point, and he was voicing his opinion about my continuation of the relationship with Jason.
And as that conversation continued, was there at some point that Alex stopped the car?
Yes.
Do you know where that was?
It was just some road. We just stopped.
And when he stopped the car, what happened?
When he stopped the car, we sat there for a moment, and a car passed us. Not much happened other than he started to pull into what seemed like a driveway.
And was this, okay, just to clarify, where he initially pulled the car over, was it on the muddy road or was it on a paved road?
It was on a paved road turning into the muddy road.
Did you catch that little slip at the end? where she said, "We parked," and then quickly changed it to "he parked"? Nice. That, in my book, is a little accidental admission of guilt, not just misspeaking. And the prosecution was arguing that she was the one driving the entire time, which I think is the only way it makes sense. And a witness even took the stand to say that he drove past Ezra's doodle-covered car right before they turned onto the farm road, and he saw a female driver in the driver's seat. And the prosecution argued that she didn't drive all that way just to find a park to talk at because they would have passed so many parks on their way out of Eau Claire. And it truly seems like she was actually driving with the purpose of finding somewhere isolated so no one would see her attack him. Which I'm sure most of you agree would make sense if that was her plan the entire time. But of course, she has to completely distance herself from those actions while she's on the stand. Otherwise, it won't align with her self-defense narrative. And here's the next big part that just makes no sense.
So you're in the mud. You're stuck.
Yes.
What is Alex doing to try to help you get unstuck?
At that point, he was very quiet. He wasn't doing really much. He kind of stepped back, and he seemed like he was just letting me look and try to figure this out.
The things that were in your trunk, I know there's been some pictures shown that there's a couple of knives back in the trunk.
Yes.
Were you aware those were in there?
Not consciously, no.
Do you know how they got in the back of your trunk?
There's always various knives from moving place to place between my mom's and my dad's, and there was a lot of things in my trunk from moving out of my apartment. So they somewhere between moves.
After not finding anything to move the car,
yes.
What were you going to do next?
Breathe. I was like, oh great. I don't know where I am. I have no idea. I'm stuck in the mud. I don't know what to do. I need to breathe. I went over to the hitch of the trailer and I decided to sit on it. And I was just trying to breathe through the anxiety and the feelings of being stuck, not knowing where I am. And I was just kind of looking out into the woods, sitting on this hitch of sorts.
During this time, were you facing towards Alex or away from Alex?
I was facing away from Alex towards the woods.
Did there come a time where, as you were facing away from Alex towards the woods, that he approached you at all?
Yes, he had approached me from behind.
Well, since he's from behind, how do you know he's there?
I could feel him. I could feel that he was there. I could hear him approach. I could feel just that somebody was behind me.
When he approached, what happened?
As I was sitting there, he approached me from behind and he wrapped his arms around me. It was kind of a hug. He held me there for a little while.
Did you say anything?
I kind of tensed. I didn't really reciprocate the hug. And it was kind of a silent moment between us, but I felt awkward and uneasy, and it wasn't a time for me to feel like I wanted a hug, I guess.
And let me ask you something else. Do you know whether or not Alex had a phone with him?
Yes.
Did you have a working phone with you?
No.
You had your iPod, I gather.
Yes.
And the phone without the minutes?
Yes.
All right. Did you ask Alex at any point to make a phone call on his phone to try and get
no.
a tow truck?
No.
Did he offer to make any calls or try to get a tow truck?
It was a very brief kind of quick conversation about, should we call somebody for this? And I was like, I can handle it, I think. So no, we did not make a phone call.
Did Alex say anything else to you after he had eventually come over?
He suggested that I might want to lay down for a while and maybe just relax.
What did you think when Alex said that?
I just shrugged and was like, all right, maybe. And I decided to walk back towards the car.
When you walked back to the car, did you go in the car?
I went into the car, yes.
Where in the car did you return?
I returned to the car. I returned to the driver's side back door was open and I approached into the car. I kind of looked around a little bit, moved some things a little more, and that's how I was getting into the car, was from the back.
Why were you going to the back seat and not the front seat?
I was thinking maybe he's right. I need to lay down for a little bit.
Did you lie down?
I did.
Okay, so we have to unpack this. So first things first, the knives, all the knives in the trunk. It's pretty wild to hear someone say they just have several knives in their car for no particular reason. Like, what? But I think the defense was attempting something with this. When the police were searching her dad's home, he mentioned to them that one of his knives was missing, and it was later discovered to be the murder weapon. So it seems like Ezra took the knife before meeting with Alex, which the prosecution would use to point towards premeditation. I think the defense was like trying to argue, no big deal if that knife ended up in her car. She has a habit of just keeping knives in there. And I don't think that questioning did any favors for her, clearly. But anyway, the next bit I want to focus on is how unbelievable it is that Alex would just sit there watching her frantically look for things to get them unstuck, and that he wouldn't just call for help. I mean, come on. She describes herself as being on the verge of a panic attack, but they both just ignore the easiest solution, and instead he just tells her to rest and relax. I mean, their car is stuck in the mud. They're not on some deserted island. They could just call someone before deciding to lie down and give up. And we'll never know what happened right after the car got stuck, but I don't believe this version for a second. And I think she is actively committing perjury on the stand because she's Ezra. Of course she is.
At some point after lying down, did Alex join you?
Yes, he did join me.
Was Alex speaking to you at that point?
Yes, he started to speak to me at this point, yes.
Can you tell us the words you heard Alex speak to you?
What he said to me at this time was, he started to describe me, and not in a third person sense. And he also started to speak of how he deserves this.
Well, let's just stop, because I don't know what you mean by he describes you in a third person sense. Can you tell us specifically what you remember him saying?
Specifically, what I remember him saying is, Ezra is beautiful. Ezra is my shining sun. Ezra, in the sense he kept saying my name and then something after that. Ezra is so handsome.
Did he do anything with respect to your glasses?
Yes, he started to do things slowly and methodically. He first removed my glasses. After, he asks me a few times if I can see him, and I tell him, no, I can't see you, Alex. I can't see him, but I can feel him start to touch my clothes.
What's going through your head?
What's going through my head at this time is, I don't know what I was assuming what I thought I knew what he wanted, and I wasn't sure, and I was anxious, and what was going on was going through my head.
Okay, I want to get back to his actions as you were quiet.
Yes.
What is he doing besides kissing you? What does he do?
After he kisses me and I pull my head back a bit, I felt he touched the hem of my sweater. I could feel a pull on it. And I wasn't sure at the time really what he was doing, but I could feel it start to give away. It felt looser, and my sweater had been opened.
Did you know how he had opened your sweater?
After I felt my sweater start to give away, I took off the scarf and I could see that he was cutting my sweater.
So
yes.
He's cut through your sweater, he's cut through your shirt, he's cut a little bit into your t-shirt, you have felt something on your stomach, I believe. And after that, what does he do next?
After that, he starts to cut through my pants. He's starting near the button, well, below that. It's on the front of my pants, or the inner thigh, you can say. I can feel that he's pulled on it to give room so that he can cut through.
Was there, besides your pants, was he cutting through anything else at this point?
At this point, he had cut through my tights as well.
Where on your pants and your tights has he cut through at this point?
At this point, he had cut through the inner thigh area of my pants and tights.
After he's cutting through your pants and your tights, what happens next? Do you feel anything different at some point?
What was different at this point is that I could feel the knife start to graze and cut into my skin.
What are you afraid of now?
I'm afraid he's going to kill me.
As you're afraid he's going to kill you, at some point, why are you afraid he's going to kill you? Let me just first ask that.
I'm afraid he's going to kill me because he has a knife, and I'm afraid that he's going to take whatever he wants and he's just going to finish this. I was wondering if he was going to kill me and then he was going to kill himself so that he didn't have to be alone.
God, she is just so infuriating. This doesn't even make sense. Just a few days ago, Alex was separating himself from her and didn't show a single sign that he so desperately wanted her. And the way that she's describing him is just so over the top, like he's some maniacal villain in a movie. And then moments after this, Ezra lies about the attack, but I'm hesitant to play more of it because it's honestly just disturbing and upsetting to hear her try to spin such brutal violence in her favor. But just know it's all nonsense and paints Alex as a violent deviant, but paints her as an angelic victim who had no choice but to hurt him to save herself. Like, for instance, in this version, she knees him in the groin so that he drops the knife and she quickly grabs it to start stabbing him, which is very different from her grabbing the blade, but this story fits better with the evidence. Then she stops stabbing him. They somehow end up outside of the car, and Alex tells her that he needs help going to the bathroom. So, of course, she wants to help him because she's the best person in the world after all. But when she approached him, he began attacking her again. So she had no choice but to deliver one last stab to the side of his stomach, which forced him to stop. And after all of this violence, she says that she sat down in the backseat of the car while Alex was still outside with multiple stab wounds. He took off his jacket, put it on the ground, and laid down on it. And one of the most upsetting parts about this case, oh my God, this truly disturbed me thinking about it, but there is actually a good chance that Alex could have been trying to walk and talk after the attack. Like, he was still aware of what was going on. And that is coming from a forensic pathologist who testified that because none of the stabs were to his heart or his spinal cord or any major artery, that he could have still had function of his motor skills and he wouldn't have died right away, which means he suffered. He was probably in a lot of pain and really suffered. And not only that, this is just hard to talk about, but he was probably conscious, according to experts, while she was cutting herself and trying to stage the scene to make it look like it was all self-defense, which just makes me feel sick. Now, at this point in her story, she's preparing to run off, but before she makes a break for it, she cuts Boy into her arm.
What do you do with that knife?
What I did with that knife is I looked down and I opened my sleeve with the tip of it and I hastily scratched the word boy into my arm.
Okay, everyone wants to know, why did you scratch Boy into your arm?
I've thought about it, and when I think about this, I don't know. At that time, it's something that just happened. It was just a reaction. I don't know why I did this.
So there you have it. She said that she was the one who cut Boy into her arm, and she said she doesn't know why she did it, but I'm sure it had nothing to do with her initial plan to try and frame Alex before she realized what an idiot she was setting it up that way. And I really do wonder, because she seems so confident in her lying and always has been, if maybe after this testimony, she really believed that she fooled everyone, she really just nailed that. And I wonder if she really thought maybe she would get away with it. But anyway, after 3 weeks of testimony, 50 witnesses, and over 500 pieces of evidence, the jury took only 3 hours to find Ezra McCandless guilty.
Mr. McCandless, please rise. We, the jury, find the defendant, Ezra J. McCandless, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in the information. And the answer to the special verdict question is yes, use a dangerous weapon. Again, you may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, is this your verdict?
Yes.
All right.
Now, if you're listening to the podcast version of the show, let me tell you, her reaction to this was the first time that she showed sort of some remorse for her actions. Then in February of 2020, it came time for Ezra's sentencing. And I just have to say, the victim's impact statements during this hearing were incredibly emotional. They're very tough to listen to. And you can just hear how loved Alex was. So many of his friends and family spoke about what an amazing person Alex was and what a devastating loss they felt.
He was such a kind and loving man that despite him knowing how unstable you were, he was still willing to give you compassion. He left with you that fateful day believing he was going to help you in some way, and instead you took his life. He definitely is not the monster you attempted to portray him as.
There's a quote that I read not long after Alex's death, and although I don't recall the author, I wanted to share it today because of its simplicity, which rings true in regards to grieving. Mourning is one of the deepest expressions of pure love. As we continue to mourn for Alex, and will continue to honor his life by sharing the memories he left us with over the years. It's been 1 year, 10 months, and 16 days. And Ezra, while we continue to mourn Alex's passing, it's hard not to notice that throughout the trial, we never saw any sign of sadness, shame, compassion, or the slightest bit of remorse in what you had done. You're so caught up in your own lies and behavior, consistently taking advantage of those around you. You took somebody's life.
I could tell you and tell everybody in this courtroom that Alexander Woodworth never raised a knife to you to hurt you in any way. There was no self-defense. He just didn't have it in his character to hurt anyone. So, if the knife was never in his hand, then Ezra attacked and destroyed one of the most caring people in this world. She took away one of the most beautiful minds that I've ever known.
The morning we found out Alex was dead, I knew it was the defendant. I don't know how, I just knew. I sat in a living room full of our old friends, my friends, and cried. For months we held one another, sobbing, struggling, trying to understand the sweetest man that we all loved. He was soft and gentle. He never once made me feel bad. He was receptive to my feelings, understanding, kind, compassionate. And I'm not only heartbroken, but I'm full of rage. I'm sad that so many times Alex told me about his siblings who he loved so much, and to see them at his funeral, was something that I can't grasp.
I knew I wanted to be this man's friend, because his kindness, his empathy, his humor, his ungodly intellect just radiated out from him. And becoming his friend was the easiest thing, because he so loved people. He just, as people have spoken, his joy came from other people. His most enjoyable moments in life were just interacting with people. And when you did, his face lit up, and all of that incredible intellect and mind was trained right on you. He was so engaged and interested, it could almost be daunting to have such an intellect fully focused on you, but it was out of genuine kindness and interest. And to say that he was my best friend is almost limiting what he was to me.
We'll never see Alex again, never see his smile, never hear his weird humor, or see the hope that he had and shared with so many others. We will never know where life is leading him. He's gone, and so is a good part of our lives as well. A hole that can never be filled.
We ended each one of our witness preparation meetings with one question. Was Alex the type of person who was more concerned with himself or more concerned with others? And every single response was a resounding, more concerned with others. Without a doubt, Alex was only 24 years old and was going places. He was pursuing his dreams to become a professor. Some of his writings were getting published, and no doubt he was going to make this world a better place.
And there were actually quite a few people who spoke on Ezra's side during the defense impact statements, but the most significant one probably came from Don Sipple.
Late November, I didn't know what prompted me to do it, but I wrote Ezra a letter at the jail. And 3 weeks later, the 6th of December, she responded with a big brown envelope and a letter and 2 different pieces of art like I've never seen before. She drew them herself. That was the nicest art I've ever seen and one of the nicest letters I've ever seen. And after I read them all, I wish you guys could see them, letters, I still have them. We continued on and now there's 5 total letters back and forth. I sure wish you could see them. But the first letter I got don't happen too easy for me, but it brought me to tears, the letter I got from her. We all make mistakes in this world. If you haven't done much. But hopefully we learn by the mistakes. I'm sure you all can think of something, maybe some more than one, but we've all made some mistakes. All I can hope for Ezra is that someday she can come out of this and be a beautiful, wonderful citizen in our area. I'm sure hoping that might happen.
And look, we might be quick to judge someone who kept in contact with a murderer like this, but I kind of understand why he would. I mean, she showed up at his home covered in blood, seemingly traumatized and attacked, only for him to learn that she was a violent criminal. I mean, that must have been just a real mind fuck. So I can sort of understand how you would feel some sympathy for someone that you saw in that state and want to talk to them to try and, I guess, make sense of everything. I mean, I've never been in that position, and Dawn's older. I give him a pass on it. Then Ezra took her turn.
Hi. I would like to address Your Honor and the courts and Alex's family, but most of all, Alex's parents. I want to say how sorry I am that they have lost their son. But sorry doesn't cut it in my mind. That word is not enough and never will be enough for this loss. And I recognize that. I don't think I could ever find words that will be enough to express this, especially to them. The pain they feel is unimaginable. I want to express how sorry I am for this loss, because it is such a great loss. I recognize and completely acknowledge this pain, and I'm so sorry. I loved Alex very much, and I also feel a great loss. And I'm so sorry. And thank you for letting me say this.
Just when I thought I couldn't be any more infuriated by this bitch, she had to go and say that. I mean, after everything that's happened, she still is so desperate to find a way to make herself look like the victim. It's like I feel everyone in life knows people like that who are just so set on being a victim. Of course, not everyone in our lives like that goes and does something like this, ends up being a murderer, but you know what I mean? I just can't stand people like this, but especially Ezra. Oh my gosh, if I was in that courtroom. But thankfully, the judge was not at all swayed by her little performance there, and he sentenced her ass to life in prison, unfortunately with the possibility of parole after 50 years. But thankfully, Ezra McCandless will be spending a very long time behind bars, exactly where she belongs. And even if she's eligible for release, it won't be until 2070 when she's in her 70s. And what's interesting here is Alex's friend Court Fox actually asked for this type of sentencing in his victim's impact statement. And I thought his reason was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, so I really wanted to share it with you.
But I am absolutely certain that Alex would have asked for some sort of leniency, because he did fully believe that every human being is possessed with infinite potential, and to squander that potential is perhaps the greatest sin. But I'm not as kind of man as Alex was, but I still have to agree with him. I would like to see Ezra released from prison at some point in her life, I care not when. Not for a chance of forgiveness or to, find some sort of salvation, but because after decades in prison, she will find inevitably some sort of normalcy, some sort of stability. It will become her life, and she will, if not be happy with it, be acquainted with it. I would like to ruin that for her again and cast her out into the wider world. I would like to see her struggle for friends, employment, housing, knowing that the pall of her actions lay over her. I want her to agonize with each new person that she meets. Is she upfront about what she's done, or does she hide it and have to live with the anxiety of, oh my God, what if they find out? I want more chaos in her life after she's found normalcy. Actions have consequences, and to simply lock her away for the rest of her life will bar her from the full complement of consequences that she could suffer for this. And I would like to see that. I don't care when, but personally, that is what I would like.
I totally understand why he would want this, and I think Ezra is exactly where she belongs. I mean, someone who is willing to take someone's life in this extremely brutal way, letting him slowly suffer while you're staging the scene, and then lie about it in such a dramatic way to make it look like he's this monster who attacked her, which couldn't be further from his character, clearly, and just trying to damage anything that's left of his reputation when he's not even alive to defend himself. It's so sick. It's so evil. Everything about her is evil, and I think she's just a massive danger to society and needs to be locked up for a long-ass time. I mean, I would say life in prison without the possibility of parole would be my ideal situation for Ezra, but, we'll take what we can get here. And not to mention, and I know this isn't part of the case, but she also lied about being sexually assaulted. I mean, endless people go through the hell of trying to get their story believed in a world where it's already hard to be believed. And we don't need the Ezras of the world making it even harder and making people believe that everyone out there just wants to lie for personal gain. But honestly, I can't waste a single moment more of my energy talking or thinking about Ezra McCandless. So I'm done speaking about her. I guess I'm not done. I have one more thing to tell you. She didn't stop her nonsense after the conviction. She did release a statement shortly after her sentencing, and I've decided I don't even want to read it because I don't want to glorify it. There's no point. If you want to look it up on your own, you can, but she basically just blamed the media for painting her terribly and said she didn't deserve any of this. Big shocker. Exactly what I thought. And of course, I'm sure you guessed it already, but she did file an appeal, but it was denied. Oh, and then I can't not tell you this. Not only did she dye her hair bleach blonde in jail, which actually doesn't matter at all, whatever. It looks kind of funny to me, but she did decide to start selling her art from prison. It seems like someone from the outside is running pages online to help her, and I really hate to say it, but it appears people are actually buying this shit. And I just have to say, who is buying Ezra's art? it's not even good. People who like communicate with and purchase things from people in prison blow my mind, at least for like murderers, you know what I mean? But anyway, we're done talking about her. I do want to quickly talk about Alex again before I go, because like I said, he just so often gets overshadowed in his own story. So I would just like to reiterate one more time that Alex Woodworth was a beloved son, brother, grandson, nephew, and friend who made a profound impact on those who knew him. And the world really could have used more time with him. God, this case is just so brutal. It was really interesting at times, but really, really difficult. And I'm just so heartbroken for Alex and everyone who loved him. And I've been really trying to think of a way to sort of honor him after all of this, especially because I thought the coverage on this case from like most of the big networks and whatever publications and stuff was like pretty disgusting, that he was barely even mentioned. So anyway, maybe this is cheesy, I don't know, but perhaps one way that we can honor him is just by being kind to one another today. Like maybe go on and go compliment someone, give them a smile, offer to help them with their homework or whatever it is in their lives. Go do something the way Alex would do it. The world can be really tough sometimes. I feel like it's been very rough lately, and it's easy to get jaded by it. But small acts of thoughtfulness towards someone can really make all the difference. So if someone pops up in your mind, someone that's going through a hard time, pull a page right from Alex's book, do exactly what he did for his friend, and maybe reach out and give them support, because you never know, it could make a major impact on them. Alex just seemed to spread so much kindness in his life, and since he's not here to do that anymore because of an evil person, maybe we can carry that torch for him. But that's going to be it for me today, guys. I hope that you found that episode to be interesting. I definitely want to hear your thoughts. God, there's probably so many thoughts to be had. That was definitely a long one, but yeah, I want to hear from you as always, and I'll be back next week to discuss another case. But until then, stay safe out there. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of True Crime with Kendall Ray. Thank you so much for joining me today. And if you're new to the show, then welcome. I'm so happy to have you here. And make sure you click subscribe so you never miss an upload from me. Well, guys, today I'm going to be telling you about a case that is very active and very recent. This just happened in June of 2025. Today, we're going to be talking about the very upsetting murder of a very young woman, only 18 years old. Her name is Marissa DiNapoli. And God, this one is just absolutely devastating. And this actually came in as a suggestion from so many of you. And as soon as I looked into the case and read some of the details, I knew I wanted to shed some light on this case. Marissa's life was just starting when it was taken from her. And the circumstances really bring up a conversation that I feel you can really never have too many times. And that is surrounding domestic violence. And every time we go over a case where domestic violence comes up and we discuss it, the comments on these episodes just destroy me. I mean, the things that so many of you guys have been through and your survival stories, it just makes me so emotional. And I just in advance want to say thank you for sharing your stories as well, because it helps so many others that are still going through it or have been through it and want to have support. And it just means so much. And before we get into today's case, I do want to go ahead and reach out to Marissa's family. If you see this, we've already reached out to you as well via email. My team has, but we do want to offer you a HOPE grant if you're interested. Now, you'll hear me explain later in the episode that they're not necessarily looking for financial support, and they have publicly said that. So if you guys are not interested, we totally understand, but we are here and want to support you guys in whatever way we can if you need or want it. And if you're new here and you don't know what I'm talking about, a HOPE grant is something that I offer victims' families through my foundation, Higher Hope. I started my foundation in September of last year, and we offer one-time financial assistance to victims and families of victims of violent crime, as well as other nonprofits who work in the victim advocacy space. So if you ever hear me mention that I'm offering a family a HOPE grant, that's one of two grants we offer through the foundation. The other type of grant we offer is called an Empower grant, and that goes towards other nonprofits. And if you're interested in finding out any more information about Higher Hope and the work we do, and also ways to get involved and donate, we would greatly appreciate it. You can do so by clicking the link in my description box. And 100% of donations goes directly to support victims of violent crimes and their families. So we're very, very grateful for all of the support we've gotten so far. And if you're up for helping us continue our work, that would mean a lot to us. You can learn more by going to higherhope.org or following our Instagram account at higherhope.org. So as most of you guys know, I really like to start these episodes by telling you as much as I possibly can about the victims for many different reasons. Obviously, I want to highlight who they were as a person, not just focus on their murder. But also, I just think it helps to feel a little more connected to them and really understand and honor their lives. Unfortunately, with Marissa's case, it's a bit challenging because this is so recent. There isn't that much information available about her, but there are a couple things I can tell you though, starting with the fact that Marissa was born on May 14th, 2007, and she was the youngest of 8 siblings. And the DiNapoli family was actually her adoptive family after she and her siblings spent some time in foster care due to some challenges that their family was facing. And they grew up in the beautiful San Francisco South Bay area, specifically in Morgan Hill. And if you've been tuning into this show for a while, that might actually ring a bell. And that's because Morgan Hill is where 15-year-old Sierra Lamar was murdered back in 2012. And I covered her case a little less than a year ago. And man, that has just always stuck with me. It's such a heartbreaking case. And to this day, you guys, her body has never been recovered. Luckily, there was an arrest in the case, but her family still doesn't have total closure. And I'll be sure to link that episode in the description or show notes of this episode if you haven't tuned into that yet. So as you can imagine, the community of Morgan Hill has been through a lot. I mean, both Sierra and Marissa were very young women, just starting out their lives when everything was taken from them. And that is something that Morgan Hill will really never be able to forget. And in Marissa's case, she had just graduated from Opportunity Youth Academy on June 5th of 2025 and had her whole life ahead of her. She was registered to attend Gavilan College right there in Santa Clara County and had been working reliably as an employee at a local Starbucks. And I was able to find this quote from a teacher of hers, and wow. I mean, I just couldn't help but tear up when I first read this. It's really, really powerful. And I think it really speaks to who Marissa was. She said, "Every student in my class touches my heart, but her especially. She had the brightest smile that would light up every room. She was friends and friendly with everyone that came into our classroom. She's just one of those kids that leaves a mark on your heart, and I have a broken heart right now. I consider her one of my own children." I just thought that was so powerful coming from a teacher for her to basically feel that she is one of her own children. I mean, it really does tell you a lot about the type of person Marissa was. And she also said that Marissa was someone who did kind things for people in the community. And one specific example she gave was that Marissa would bring food to the homeless. And there was also a quote from a classmate of hers who said she was such a sweet individual. She never had any hate in her. She was very genuine, always had a smile on her face. She has been described by her loved ones as ambitious, as caring, resilient, very, very sweet. And I think all of those qualities about her would have really set her up to live a very successful, happy life had she been given the chance. But on June 29th, 2025, her life was stolen from her because of one evil, sick human being. So going back to late June, which just feels like yesterday. I mean, it was literally less than 2 months ago. Like I said, Marissa graduated high school and was working a job at a local Starbucks. And I feel like a lot of us who are over the age of 18 can look back at being 18 and sort of vividly picture ourselves and what that time was like. I mean, it's summer break, so there's a bit more freedom. You can kind of come and go more freely. And from what I can tell, that's kind of what it was like for Marissa around this time. On Saturday, June 28th at 9:16 p.m., she texted her parents that she was staying at a friend's house that night, but she said she'd be home by 8 the following day. However, the next day, the 29th, she never comes home. And she completely missed her shift at Starbucks, which was completely out of character for her. It seems that she was a very responsible person and wouldn't just not show up somewhere where she was supposed to be. So on Monday the 30th, family members ended up reporting her missing to the Morgan Hill Police Department, and it didn't take long for a person of interest to be identified. And that was her on-again, off-again boyfriend, 20-year-old Martin Mendoza.
All right, let's move now to developing news in Morgan Hill, where police are searching for an 18-year-old woman last seen Saturday. And now police are also looking for her boyfriend, who is considered a person of interest in this case. ABC 7 News South Bay reporter Dustin Dorsey has the latest on the investigation.
The Morgan Hill Police Department has opened a missing person investigation for 18-year-old Marissa DiNapoli. Her family has not heard from her since the morning of June 29th. DiNapoli told her family Saturday, June 28th, that she was staying with a friend for the evening and would come home the next day, but she has not been heard from since. Her family is asking for the help of local friends and residents to try and find her, including here at Uvalde County Park.
And just like Marissa, when it comes to Martin, there's not that much information available about him, although I really don't care to know much about the type of person he was. What I do know tells me everything I need to know, because what we do know is very concerning. And from what I've been able to gather, it sounds like the two of them had been sort of on and off dating for about 2 years when Marissa disappeared. And we don't know the full scope of their relationship, but we know that it was not a healthy relationship. And I don't know specifics, but I do know that there was definitely domestic violence taking place. In fact, and this is absolutely terrifying, but in the wake of what happened, her friends and family have come forward to say that Marissa was actually scared that Martin might kill her. She said that he was obsessed with her, that he's crazy, and she thinks he'd be willing to go to that extent. And according to her sister, Moniece, Marissa had been trying to get out of the relationship for a really long time, but he was just incredibly possessive of her, which led to her feeling unsafe around him. And Marissa sadly wasn't the only woman to experience this with Martin. I learned that another girl had an active domestic violence restraining order against him, which was granted in 2022. So pretty recently, just a couple of years ago. And it breaks my heart, but Marissa had every reason to be fearful of this monster. So I'm sure you've already put 2 and 2 together here that her friends and family likely knew that he was probably responsible for her disappearance right away. But actually, during the initial investigation, it was discovered that Martin was the last person with Marissa before she disappeared. And this was based off both cell phone records and the fact that a video camera captured the two of them together on the morning of June 29th. And in this video, they can be seen leaving Martin's house around 9:45 in the morning. And the audio from it, you guys, actually points to a possible motive. Take a look and listen carefully. So clearly, this is classic manipulation. I mean, saying, "I thought you loved me," right after accusing her of texting her ex. And the two of them, they're clearly in some type of argument as they're headed down the stairs there. And while we don't have the full context of the conversation, I think the short bit that was captured says a whole lot. And I think it's kind of interesting that this little bit happened to be captured because I think it gives investigators a lot to work with. And I also personally feel that this really speaks to Martin's headspace on the morning that she was murdered. And the reports on it kind of vary. We're not sure if they were together or if they weren't, but it sounds like they were in one of their off periods, according to a lot of her friends. And if that's the case, and they weren't currently boyfriend and girlfriend, it makes you think that when she said she loved him, maybe she just did that because she was afraid of what he would do if she didn't. But whether or not they were dating, I guess doesn't really matter all that much in the end, because her efforts to calm him down sadly weren't enough, because this video is the last time that Marissa was ever seen alive. Not the case for Martin, though, because a day after Marissa was already missing, that same camera captured him walking down the stairs carrying what looks like a plastic bag. And we don't know what was in the bag, but we do know that he returned without her, despite the fact that her car was found still in the area of his house. And listen to this. After her loved ones had reported her missing, one of them got in contact with Martin. And I'm not entirely sure who it was, but I guess they asked where she was. And at first he tried to say he wasn't Martin, whatever that means. Like, yeah, you are. What are you talking about? But then apparently after that, he said that he hadn't spoken with her in like 2 weeks. Okay, what? We obviously know that's a lie because we just watched a clip of you from the day before walking down the stairs with her. His behavior was so sketchy right away, and I'm sure there is more that we don't even know about yet at this point in time. But as you can imagine, it didn't take long for investigators to put it all together here and consider him a person of interest at the very least. And it also didn't take long to find her. However, it actually wasn't investigators who made that discovery. On July 2nd, just 2 days after her loved ones had reported her missing, a family and community-led search effort was taking place near Anderson Lake when someone who was flying a drone spotted what appeared to be human remains under a bridge. Law enforcement was quickly called, and they confirmed that it was, in fact, a human body.
Right now at 11, the command post is set up and the search for answers underway after a body is discovered near Morgan Hill. But is it Marissa DiNapoli? Law enforcement trying to confirm if that body is connected to the 18-year-old's disappearance. What they are telling us, it was DiNapoli's family who discovered the body at Anderson Lake. NBC Bay Area's Alyssa Gord is live tonight, just minutes away from that search site. And Alyssa, what have you learned?
Well, Jess, this has just been a heartbreaking night for Marissa DiNapoli's family. The sheriff's office confirming for us tonight that a body was found at Lake Anderson Park, but they have not said whether it's Marissa's body, as you mentioned. However, a law enforcement source tells us at NBC Bay Area that it was Marissa's family who found her body under a bridge. This all happened in a remote area of Lake Anderson Park down a windy road near the Lacey Anderson Dam. Now, Marissa was reported missing by her family on Saturday, and she was last seen on Sunday with Martin Mendoza, who her friends say is her ex-boyfriend. Police say that Martin was uncooperative with their investigation, and they've since been looking for him as a person of interest. Several of Marissa's friends told us they believe that Martin had hurt Marissa before, and they were worried about her.
Marissa has told me firsthand in the car with my friend and I outside of my house that he would kill her, that he would not stop, that he is obsessed with her and he's crazy, he's hurt her, and he's willing to go to that extent.
Hearing her friends say that is just so chilling. I mean, Marissa knew that he was dangerous, and I'm guessing that she knew that in order to get him out of her life, to get away from him, she needed to be careful because, as we know, that is the most dangerous time to try and leave an abusive relationship. You have to do it so strategically and cautiously. And unfortunately, Marissa never got that chance to actually walk away. And I'm sure you heard in that clip that law enforcement was actively searching for Martin at this point because now they couldn't find him. Interesting. But what makes me so angry, though, and you're going to be pissed off when you hear this, law enforcement had their sights on him after Marissa was reported missing, and apparently they didn't do anything. And I will say at this point in time, details are a little bit fuzzy. I am recording this episode on August 1st, so I am trying to piece it together as best as I can. But to my understanding, on June 30th, after Marissa was reported missing, the Morgan Hill police were called to Martin Street for some kind of disturbance. And then during that interaction, a family member of hers was there, I'm guessing her sister, and told police that she was looking for Martin to confront him about Marissa being missing. Then I guess Martin just went into the house and wouldn't cooperate with police. So they had a family member telling them, hey, this dude is dangerous, my sister is missing, insinuating that maybe he's responsible. And despite Martin acting shady about the whole thing, they supposedly didn't do anything about it, which becomes a big problem. And reports say, quote, MHPD officers responded to Monterey Road for a disturbance involving multiple males knocking on the reporting party's door. The reporting party was neither a victim of a crime nor in need of further assistance. Across the street, officers spoke with a family member of Marissa who stated she was searching for Martin Mendoza to confront him about Marissa's whereabouts. During this interaction, officers observed Martin retreating into the reporting party's residence to avoid police contact. Like a little bitch. Okay, it didn't say that, but you know what I mean. So only after that did law enforcement's search efforts seem to pick up any steam. And several local news stations were now reporting that they were looking for Martin and his white Toyota Camry, and federal authorities even got involved in the search. In a press conference from the captain of the Morgan Hill Police Department, they announced that their investigation involved more than 30 officers from 15 different agencies, including the DA's office, the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office, the FBI, Homeland Security, and other Santa Clara County task forces, and that Martin Mendoza was someone they were seeking as a person of interest. Then, the next day, they confirmed that those remains that were found actually did belong to Marissa.
KTVU Fox 2 News at 5 starts now. Good evening on this Thursday. I'm Christina Rendon. We begin with breaking news out of the South Bay. Morgan Hill police say today the Santa Clara County coroner identified a body found last night as 18-year-old Marissa DiNapoli. Her body was found last night near the Anderson Reservoir. She was last heard from on Saturday, and authorities say she was last seen with a man, Martin Mendoza, who is now being described as a suspect in the case. KTVU spoke with Morgan Hill police within the last 30 minutes, who told us Mendoza is not cooperating in the investigation.
We have 30 active investigators working on this. We are still trying to get a hold of Mr. Mendoza. We still want to make contact with him. We are actively asking for his cooperation. We've tried contacting him multiple times through his cell phone as well as his family, and he's yet to take the olive branch to speak with us.
Police searched Mendoza's home today, but could not share what evidence officers found, if any. Officers say 30 investigators are actively working on this case right now and seeking out any new leads. Let's go now to KTVU's Aaron Dickens, who's live with the latest.
Yeah, and this is a really heartbreaking story. We've spoken to so many people out in the community today that knew her and are very upset about that. And don't forget that police are still looking for a person of interest in this case. We are on Trail Drive right now. A lot of police activity here for the last 2 hours. Now, we pulled up to that house on the corner around 2:30 this afternoon, that beige house. They pushed us back and closed the road, and just now police have confirmed the home you are looking at right now is that of Martin Mendoza, ex-boyfriend of Marissa DiNapoli. Authorities are looking for personal items of both of them.
So it's very upsetting that her loved ones had to be the ones to actually find her body. And, you know, I've covered cases like that in the past, and it's just heartbreaking every single time. I truly cannot put myself in their shoes and imagine what that would be like. Now, after this, the community really continued to come together in support of Marissa's loved ones. A memorial was built in Anderson Lake, right near where her remains were found, and a vigil was put together to honor her life and memory.
But first, the tragic updates in the case of a missing 18-year-old.
Yeah, one day after Marissa DiNapoli was found dead near the Anderson Lake Bridge, her friends and family are holding a vigil. While tonight, police are still looking for her boyfriend, a person of interest since Marissa's disappearance last weekend.
ABC 7 News reporter Lauren Martinez shows you how Morgan Hill is remembering her.
She was really ambitious. You know, she was really caring.
The sisters of Marissa DiNapoli are remembering their baby sister as a kind soul. On Thursday, a vigil was held near Anderson Lake, not far from where Marissa's body was found. It was on Wednesday evening when the family search team made the discovery. Marissa's sisters pointed out it wasn't law enforcement.
If I don't see your people out there searching for my sister, you're going to see my people out there searching for my sister.
On Thursday, Morgan Hill police confirmed it was 18-year-old Marissa.
It's been pretty heartbreaking and pretty devastating.
We spoke with one of Marissa's teachers, Tara Guerrero. Marissa just graduated high school on June 5th. Guerrero's SUV was packed with candles, flowers, and other supplies her students brought for Marissa's vigil.
You have a line of students next to you. I do. Tell me about the support.
The support they show for not only me, but the support that they show for each other is just something that a teacher could only dream of.
And that's all that matters. The community and the love that people had for this beautiful girl. And it doesn't matter if they knew her or not, how close they were, they still wanted to find her.
We spoke with Marcus Booker, a friend and former classmate of Marissa's.
Right now, I'm in shock. Right now, my heart is strong, but it's heavy.
The Starbucks Marissa worked at was closed on Thursday. Flowers and notes were left outside. A question on many people's minds. Where is Marissa's boyfriend? Police say he is still a person of interest in her disappearance.
Have you been able to speak with him, and when was that?
We have not been able to speak with him.
Okay, there's been no contact at all. Do you know if he's still in the area?
We're not releasing that information at this time.
Also around this time, her family released a statement that they were deeply saddened by the loss of their beloved Marissa. And rather than financial contributions, they were seeking support through prayer, kind words, and cherished memories. Her brother also shared a really nice message about the community support, as well as a message directly to Martin, which I will play for you too.
We want to say thank you
to the entire community from Morgan Hill, Santa Clara County, San Jose. This was a group effort. A lot of people, strangers that I didn't even know, came and, they volunteered to go and search for my sister. Obviously, the best case scenario would have been a different outcome, but just the fact that we were able to find her, even as it is, it means a lot for our peace. It means a lot to have been able to know where she was and to at least just get her back home, even under these circumstances. For Martin specifically, if you're out there, I am a man of the Lord, and you made it very challenging for me to live up to my faith. But I have been praying for you in this time, and it's hard, it's difficult. But I pray that you turn yourself in.
So you can just hear from the way Moses is speaking that they are very confident that Martin is responsible. And wow, he has a lot more grace than I ever could in that situation. I mean, that's pretty incredible. The thing is, though, because Martin's not a man, he's
soft, overrated, pretty boy, a bitch.
I don't even know what to call him. And he did not turn himself in. Absolutely not. Instead, we learned that on July 7th, he fled to Mexico, but then he tried to re-enter the United States, which was ultimately when they were able to detain him. Brilliant, dude. Brilliant. So it turns out that he entered Mexico through the San Isidro border crossing on July 1st with both his car and his cell phone. And then he tried to re-enter days later on foot without his phone or car. And I am very curious to know if they have been able to find and recover that cell phone yet, or if they're ever going to be able to, because if he went all the way to Mexico to ditch it, clearly there was something bad on that, something incriminating on that phone. But either way, I mean, police are going to find what was on that phone, because Martin, I don't think he's the brightest of bulbs. I don't think this loser realizes that police don't need his physical phone to actually help connect him to the crime. Okay, so using location data, they were able to track him after he and Marissa left his house on the 29th, after that video we saw, and that data showed them traveling together towards Anderson Lake on the day she was killed. And that's exactly where her body was found, as we know. So keep in mind, Anderson Lake is only a few miles away from his house, so they can place him there pretty much exactly when she died. It's not looking good for Martin. What I do want to know, though, is why leave? Why cross the border and then come back? How much more guilty can you make yourself look? How stupid can you make yourself look? Of course, I have to say, as I have to say with all cases that are in this phase, that he is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. But with the evidence that we have, just with what we know at this point, which is not that much, I'm sure there's more. It's pretty damning. I mean, let's go over it. He has a history of violence, a documented history of violence. He was at the crime scene when it happened. He doesn't speak with police after she was reported missing, and then he dips out a few days after and goes to Mexico. And not to mention, we have the video footage. Also, what was in that plastic bag that he was seen carrying on the 30th? Did that go to Mexico with him too? I'm curious. I do wonder if that was possibly the murder weapon, because as of right now, they haven't said whether or not it was found. And I certainly think it could be. Again, that is completely my speculation. There's no evidence of that, but I don't know. Maybe it was. And it really just breaks my heart to have to say this, but that weapon had to have been a knife, because we have since learned that Marissa had been stabbed in the back 5 times. So obviously they have extradited his sorry ass back to Santa Clara County, and he got charged with first-degree murder with the use of a deadly weapon. There was a hearing on the 8th for him, which honestly her loved ones were super disappointed with, because Martin didn't even have the courage to show his face. He was in the building, I guess, but didn't even step inside the courtroom.
We have charged him with first-degree murder and the use of a knife to commit the murder.
20-year-old Martin Mendoza charged with the murder of 18-year-old Marissa DiNapoli. Court documents revealing the teen was stabbed 5 times in the back. The crime believed to be carried out at Anderson Lake, where her body was found by family members searching for her.
It was a lethal and brutal attack, and a knife was used in it. and she was then just left there.
Outside the San Jose courthouse Tuesday, where Mendoza made his first court appearance, prosecutors say DiNapoli and Mendoza had an abusive relationship.
I think there's going to be evidence about the nature of the relationship between the two of them and prior acts of domestic violence. And I think that contributed to the murder in this case.
Cameras were not allowed in the courtroom for Tuesday's arraignment, but Mendoza did not enter a plea, and he failed to step inside the courtroom where friends and family of DiNapoli were seated.
A man who cannot step out after murdering his 18-year-old, 85-pound girlfriend, knowing that all people are here for him, if he cannot face that after running and just step out in front of the courtroom, even be seen by those people, I think
our sister deserves her justice, and I think there's enough for this to go a lot quicker. And so we're expecting, quick results, and we're really hoping for the community to come through and support us with this.
And as of right now, he is being held without bond at the Santa Clara County Jail. And his next hearing is scheduled for September 9th, where I believe he will be making a plea. And I hope for the sake of all her loved ones that justice comes quickly. But as we know, sometimes it does just take time. And in this case specifically, justice does not end with a conviction. And a huge reason why I wanted to talk about Marissa's case specifically was because of the efforts that her loved ones have made to call attention to what they are saying was racial and systemic bias during the investigation. I want to go ahead and just read you guys a Facebook post that sort of lays out what they say happened and what needs to happen as a result. Marissa DiNapoli, our baby sister, was just 18 years old when she was tragically murdered. She was reported missing on Monday, June 30th. Her body was found 2 days later, on Wednesday, July 2nd, by members of our family and the community in a search coordinated by my sister, Monisha Ramirez. We want to thank the countless community members who searched for Marissa and helped bring her home. Your kindness and determination touched us so deeply. We're so grateful for your love, your action, and your belief that Marissa's life mattered. The love Marissa gave and the love she received continues to echo across the Bay Area. Marissa was the youngest of 8 siblings born to Julian Sr. and Anita Sr. Ramirez. Because of challenges within our family, she was adopted through Child Welfare Services by the DiNapoli family, who gave her a loving home. We are all former foster youth who grew up in the South Bay. Many of you helped raise us, and we've never forgotten that. Despite the odds, my siblings and I have grown into community leaders, educators, and professionals with degrees from UCLA, Stanford, Columbia, Berkeley, SJSU, SF State, and CSU-MB. And now we're asking for your help again. In the most critical early hours of Marissa's disappearance, the Morgan Hill Police Department failed to respond with the urgency the situation demanded. And then they list out the timeline of events. The day after Marissa was reported missing, her sister provided police with the exact location of Martin Mendoza Jr., the last person seen with Marissa. 2, officers confronted Mendoza in person, yet did not arrest or detain him for questioning. 3, he fled within hours of that encounter. 4, days later, a community member, not the police, discovered Marissa's body. 5, Mendoza was only apprehended by accident, attempting to cross the U.S.-Mexico border a week after Marissa's death. We believe racial and systemic bias contributed to their inaction, costing us precious time. Their delay compromised not just Marissa's safety, but public safety as a whole. We are calling for an independent investigation and formal audit of the Morgan Hill Police Department's handling of this case. Our community deserves answers. Morgan Hill deserves better. Marissa deserved better. We've launched a petition calling for an independent investigation and audit of the Morgan Hill Police Department. If you believe in accountability, transparency, and justice, please sign and share. Your voice matters. Your signature brings us closer to real change. We are also seeking support and guidance from anyone with experience navigating this kind of legal or civic process. If you've worked in public policy, advocacy, police oversight, community organizing, or anything related, please reach out. A connection could make all the difference. You helped us find Marissa. Now help us make sure this never happens to someone else's sister. With love and strength, Julian, Moses, and the Ramirez siblings. I will, of course, have that linked in the description box, or the show notes if you're listening to this episode. And I hope you guys take a moment to sign that for them. You guys always really come through for the families that we talk about here on this show. I mean, right now, that is the best way that you can show them your support. And I'm just very appreciative of how you guys really always show up as active true crime consumers. And I agree with them that this was not handled the way it should have been, especially when they had Martin right in front of them and they did nothing about it. And of course, the Morgan Hill Police Department has said that they did not have any evidence at the time to support his arrest, which, yes, I understand that. But I'm personally of the belief that when you have a family member right in front of you that is telling you that their loved one is missing and this person needs to be spoken to, that they are dangerous and they have a pattern, a history, I think you find a way to speak with that person. You just do. And when you think about it, they are lucky that Martin chose to re-enter the United States. I mean, he could have chosen to stay in Mexico and have been gone for a long time, maybe even forever. And we've seen that happen with a couple of cases. One that's coming to mind right now is Leslie Palacio. That was another case that I covered about a young girl who was killed by a guy that she knew, and he fled to Mexico where he hid out for years. In fact, back when I covered her case, there hadn't even been an arrest yet. But her killer, Eric Rangel Ibarra, was captured in July of 2024 and finally arrested for her murder. So personally, I don't think it's outrageous for Marissa's family to be upset about how the case was handled. They really could have lost Martin forever and never have seen justice for their sister. So I get that. I do understand where they're coming from, that there wasn't enough evidence to make an arrest. But again, I think they should have taken the time to speak with him. Morgan Hill PD has released a statement. I'm going to read that for you. And I do appreciate that they didn't deflect and they accepted the way that their family is feeling. It said, and this is specifically coming from the chief, "We're not here to comment or judge the way someone grieves. And this is a very tough situation. They lost a loved one. So if the anger is towards us, then the anger is towards us."
Police family says that Morgan Hill Police did speak to Mendoza in person. He was not arrested. He was not held for questioning. Then within hours, he was gone. The family believes police should have acted differently with urgency. Thousands in the community are demanding an investigation now into how that investigation was handled.
I'm just like, well, I don't know. He could have hurt my sister. Like, she's missing. She could be hurt, like, he's a suspect because I know he's been abusive, like, here he is. I brought you to him. Ask him the right questions. I don't know. I feel like they had expected me to do their job and got mad at me when I started, doing their job.
Some 4,000 people have already signed that petition online demanding an independent investigation into Morgan Hill PD.
And another reason that I wanted to talk about Marissa's case is because I'm just so impressed with the community support here. In the wake of her murder, several community events were held to help people process what had just happened, including grief counseling for students, as well as grief and healing circles held at a local community center. They also did something that I think is so valuable and important. They had a domestic violence awareness night. It was called Awareness in Education, and they had an experienced counselor come in and speak to people about recognizing early signs of domestic violence. The nonprofit called Community Solutions came and offered services to survivors and hosted a resource booth for people interested in learning more. Her sister said the community came together when it mattered most. And I just think the whole effort really speaks to how strong Morgan Hill actually is and how committed they are to be there for those who need it the most. Marissa's sister, Moniece, was a victim of domestic violence herself, so she knows firsthand how difficult it is to get away from a partner like this. And I know that we all wish Marissa's situation didn't end up the way that it did. And I did think this was really sweet. During one of the events, her sister mentioned how Marissa likely would have been super embarrassed by all of this attention. I guess she just wasn't super into being in the spotlight, but now that she is, unfortunately, probably never the way that anyone imagined could have been possible, I do think it's important that her story can help spread awareness and shed light on domestic violence and really help so many others out there going through these situations right now. It's sad that it's still such a prevalent issue, and sadly, I believe it will be for a long time, if not for the rest of time. Unfortunately, maybe that sounds really bleak, but I don't know. I worry for humanity because we don't seem to prioritize this in teaching our young people how to treat other human beings. And therefore, it's an issue that we need to continue talking about for all time. Intimate partner violence alone affects more than 12 million people every year. And over 35% of women and 28% of men in the U.S. have experienced rape, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime. And with those numbers, they're very high, but you have to keep in mind that they are definitely higher than that because those only reflect instances that get reported. And as we know, a lot of it doesn't. The reality is so many people experience domestic violence. I feel like everyone experiences it to some degree, whether that's to you personally or to someone you love in your lifetime. And if you're out there listening to this right now and you are experiencing domestic violence or have experienced it, it's not something to be ashamed of, but there is ways to help combat it. There are so many great resources out there. Don't feel afraid to reach out to some of those local resources where you live. I mean, there are resources for victims after the fact. There are prevention efforts to keep it from happening in the first place. And so, as always, when this topic comes up, I want to share some of those resources with you. First of all, the National Domestic Violence Hotline is an incredible resource for getting help. I've heard from many of you how it has been a great first step. It helps you to learn how to identify abuse, plan for safety, supporting others, and so much more. So if you know someone who's experiencing domestic violence and they don't know how to get help or they're afraid to, and you want to help them, but you don't know how, calling that hotline is going to be a great first step. So I will have that resource as well as some other resources that are helpful, in my opinion, in the description box of this episode or the show notes if you are listening to this episode. But one thing I want to especially emphasize today is that if someone comes to you and tells you what's going on, tells you that they're being abused, please believe them. Be someone that someone else can feel comfortable confiding in. And if possible, help them come up with a safe way to get away from their abuser. And I completely understand if you feel that you cannot personally get them that help or you don't know where to start, you're overwhelmed or scared. There are resources out there that can help you help them. Now, to Marissa's loved ones, oh my God. I am so sorry for what you guys are going through in this time. I mean, it has not been long at all. I'm sure it's extremely fresh and not a moment of your day goes by where you aren't thinking about Marissa and what happened. It's so unfair. I really, really hope for justice for you all, you know, not only with Martin, but with the police department, whatever that looks like for you. I'm here. I'm with you. I support you. And again, I would love to help you guys through my foundation. My team will be reaching out to you. And if, you know, you don't want the financial assistance or don't want a grant, we can figure out another way to honor Marissa. I know you have mentioned not needing financial assistance, but I do have a HOPE grant set aside for you if you decide that you want it. I'm definitely going to be following this one. Just horrible, horrible, horrible. Can't believe she's only 18 years old. I mean, really just getting started. It's just beyond words. But that is going to be it for today's episode, you guys. I will be back next week to discuss another case with you. But until then, stay safe out there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of True Crime with Kendall Ray. Thank you so much for joining me today. If you're new to the show, then welcome. Make sure to click subscribe so you never miss an upload from me. So, guys, today we're going to be talking about the very strange disappearance of Caden Black. And I'm just going to tell you guys right off the bat that this one is super, super frustrating, mostly just because so little is known about what even happened to him. And, you know, in 2025, you would think it's pretty damn near impossible to just vanish without a trace, given how many cameras we have and how much technology is, you know, wired into our everyday lives. I guess wired wouldn't be the word. I sound really old, but you know what I mean. But you would think it'd be pretty hard to just disappear nowadays, but that's what seems to have happened here. Now, like I said, when it comes to this case, there are unfortunately very few details, but I think there are enough to at least do an episode, and I thought it was still important to tell Caden's story because there really isn't a ton of coverage on this case, and his loved ones desperately need and want answers. Okay, so let's get into Caden's story, starting with some background on him. So Caden Black was born on December 10th, 2003 to his parents Kara Patterson and Maurice Black. And he grew up in Wrightsville, Pennsylvania with two older siblings and two younger ones. And When he was around 3 years old, his parents divorced, and so he and his siblings lived primarily with Kara. Now, unfortunately, I couldn't find that much about his early life, but I did learn that he was a very active kid when he grew up. When Caden was attending Eastern York High School, he was a wide receiver on the football team and ran track and field. And outside of school, he was into basketball, BMX riding, and boxing. And he actually had big dreams of competing in the ring one day. And honestly, it just sounds like Caden was that type of person who did not like to sit still, had to always be doing something. And in fact, his dad said he always was doing something, and that everything he did at 100%. He would go to the gym pretty much every day, and sometimes he would even go twice a day. And if he were ever bored, he would go for a run or a bike ride. And one time, and this blew my mind, he went on a 51-mile bike ride in just 4 hours just to see if he could. It just makes me laugh how casual he is about something like that, something I could never do, 51 miles on a bike in 4 hours. That is insane. And what's crazy is he told his mom that he actually could have done it in less time if he didn't make any stops. So not only is he clearly a very gifted athlete, but he also had a very strong personality. Caden was known to be kind, friendly, and very funny as well, without trying to be. He was also described as a community helper and was well known in his small town. And he would sort of act as a big brother figure to many people. If someone was struggling on the football team, Caden was there, and he'd have no problem staying after practice to help them out. And I don't want to use the classic true crime cliche of he lit up a room, which I'm sure I say that all the time, or I have in the past. But sometimes that's the best way to describe a person, right? Like his presence was definitely known in the rooms that he was in. It just sounds like he had a really big personality that would sort of brighten people's days. And I know that sounds a little cliche, but it's true. He had this big smile and a deep laugh, which his family absolutely adored. His mom, Kara, said that he would actually laugh so hard that he would bend over and hold his stomach, sort of like that, and that none of her other kids had a laugh like that. Now, while Caden had this big personality and a really sweet personality too, like many of us, he really struggled with his mental health. He was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, anxiety, OCD tendencies, oppositional defiance disorder, and he was also on the autism spectrum. And if you've never heard of oppositional defiance disorder, it's a behavior disorder, and it's most commonly diagnosed among children, with symptoms that include arguing, outbursts, and defying adults or people of authority. And Caden did exhibit some of these symptoms, and I will get into some of the specific situations in a bit. But for now, I want to get into the circumstances that led up to his disappearance. So, in 2019, his mother, Kara, was offered an out-of-state job promotion in Maryland, and she decided to take it. So, Caden and his 2 younger brothers went with her. And at first, things were going okay. He started going to a school that he liked, but they didn't have a sports program, which obviously, with how athletic Caden was, this was a big issue for him. And so, he transferred to a different school, but then it was the opposite problem. He was in their sports program, but he didn't like anything else about it. And after a while, Caden just wasn't happy in Maryland. And even though the move was only an hour away from Wrightsville, to a teenager, an hour is a lot. I remember driving an hour felt so long for me, so inconvenient when I was that young. And it kind of, when you're that age, it just feels like you're in a different world at that point. And, he missed his school, his friends, his routine. Everything was different, and so he wanted to move in with his dad. So he asked his mom if that would be okay, and at first, Kara didn't really want him to, but after a while, she caved because, at the end of the day, she just wanted her son to be happy. And so in November of 2021, he moved into Maurice's home in East Prospect, which is just a few minutes away from Wrightsville. But unfortunately, things didn't calm down for Caden after this because when he returned to Eastern York High, he kept getting into fights. And Maurice explained that it's because Caden couldn't stand bullies. And he was that type of person that would stand up to them. He did not care. He was not scared of them. But it would lead to confrontation. And so, unfortunately, he was expelled and he was forced to attend Paradise School, which was about 45 minutes away in Abbottstown, Pennsylvania. And it's a small, private, special education school that specializes in helping students with emotional or behavioral issues. But Caden wasn't happy going there, which became abundantly clear on April 4th, 2022. On that day, after school, Caden was being driven back to his dad's house by the school's transportation. Now, I've seen reports that it was a small, school van, And then I've seen other reports that say that it was a regular school bus. But it really doesn't matter a ton to this story. What does matter is there was assigned seating on this bus and Caden wasn't in his assigned seat. And I guess the bus driver became so upset by this that he actually pulled the bus over on the major highway Route 30. And then the driver told him that he was tired of his insolence and demanded that he got off the bus. And I'm not sure if this was a repeated issue or why he said he was tired of his insolence. It seems like a pretty small issue to just be in the wrong seat. It's a little confusing here. And I'm no expert on school bus driving, especially in Pennsylvania or anywhere, but I did look into it a little. And after taking a quick peek at the Pennsylvania School Bus Driver's Manual, this action of demanding a student to get off the bus does seem to fall out of the scope of assertive discipline that it outlines. Basically, it sounds like this action was way too far, and the more appropriate action for the driver to have taken would have been to just drive him back to the school or call someone to assist. But anyway, he didn't do that, obviously. He demanded that Caden gets off the bus. And Caden refused to get off the bus, so the exchange became very, very heated. And according to the criminal complaint, the driver says that Caden threw a clipboard with papers and also slammed the bus door. And I'm confused about that because, a classic bus door automatically opens and closes. So maybe this was like a van situation. And I'm also confused because it's unclear if he was getting off the bus somehow, or if he did it when he was still inside. Maybe the driver had opened it and he slammed it shut, or maybe he got off at one point. I don't know. But either way, that's what the driver claims. That's what's in the criminal complaint. And then he also says that Caden grabbed him by the throat with his left hand and hit him with his right. Then the driver grabbed him by his hair, to which Caden responded, "Let go of my hair or I'll kill you." And we also have to keep in mind here that it's unclear what violent act happened first. The driver said it was the throat grabbing, but Caden's mom has said that the bus surveillance footage shows that he was actually acting in self-defense. But either way, the police were called and Caden was arrested. And his charges included aggravated assault, simple assault, strangulation, and recklessly endangering another person. And the 2 assault charges were actually felonies. So Caden was looking at a lot of potential trouble. Now, in York County, where he was arrested, people who are incarcerated and awaiting trial don't go to their local jail. They are sent to the state prison. And also, keep in mind, it's 2022, so we're still dealing with the courts being backed up because of COVID. And so Caden's bail wasn't even set until April 13th, over a week after the incident. His $25,000 bail was posted on April 17th, and he returned to Maurice's home, but never returned to Paradise School. And I can't imagine the type of trauma that Caden experienced as a very, very young man in prison for nearly 2 weeks. And I know he's an adult, and even though he did act out, he's still a teenager, and he's being sent to be around serious criminals for 2 weeks, and that just seems like way too much. And unfortunately, this wouldn't be the only time that he had to deal with something like that. Because just a few months later, Caden did end up getting into a pretty big fight with his father, Maurice, and his fiance, and not all the details are known, but in an interview, Maurice said, "That day was mainly on me. He was setting pictures of himself on fire, and he was just angry in general. He was just off. He wasn't his normal self that day." And man, it is really hard to think about Caden sitting there burning pictures of himself. That is a low place to be, and my heart breaks for him for whatever he was feeling in that moment. But anyway, the police were called, and Caden was placed in an involuntary psychiatric hold, or a 302, as it's called in Pennsylvania, and was taken to York Hospital for further evaluation. And I want to be super, super clear here. The reason I am telling you guys about these incidents is because they could have played a role in what happened to him. And I don't want to characterize Caden as violent or a mean person. I've seen the media describe him as a troubled teen, and I just hate that term. It's so old school, I can't even believe they really still use it. But I hate it for so many different reasons, but especially when it comes to disappearances, because I worry that people will see the term troubled teen and just write off his disappearance as something to do with that, or it's not something that I'm going to spend my time caring about. Not give it proper attention. And it's really frustrating to see that term used. It's just irrelevant to his disappearance, in my opinion. But like I said, I do think it's important that people understand his diagnoses and also these incidents, because they could have led to his disappearance. They could be part of what happened. We don't know. But overall, I just don't want to judge Caden solely on his worst moments. That's not why I bring these things up. And I hope people don't judge him from this episode. Because overall, people had nothing but great things to say about Caden. His old track coach even said that one day he'd make you mad and the next, it would be like nothing happened. And obviously, I don't know Caden personally, but from what I've gathered, it seems like he was a good kid who was really just struggling with his emotional and mental health. And it was clear he needed help. And this fight with his dad may have put him on the path to getting it. And in order to understand that path, I need to introduce someone significant in this case, Chris Faust. So Chris is the father of one of Caden's friends. His name is Ethan. And the two of them met in middle school. And while on the bus together and over the years, Caden would spend time at his house and playing video games or swimming in their pool. And he just got to know their whole family pretty well. Now, according to Chris, he was at a dentist appointment when he received a call about Caden being at the hospital. And he supposedly ran out of there, went straight to him, and talked with him for 4 to 5 hours. And Chris claims that he visited him every day and that at first he really wasn't doing well, but eventually he was given a medication that helped to stabilize his mood. Now, Chris was a former air traffic controller who took theology courses at Liberty University. So I guess he felt qualified to teach Caden about his faith during these visits. I guess he gave him a Bible and he would preach his religious beliefs to him. And I know we probably all have very different beliefs about that. I'm sure you can tell just from my tone how I feel about it. I don't know. I think that's all I'm going to say. But anyways, after the hold was up, Caden had to go back to prison because the fight happened when he was on probation. And so this time, he actually had to spend several weeks there because of the court delays. And so, as you can imagine, this was a very difficult time for him. And Chris recalls seeing bruises on him, wounds on him when he would go and visit. And thankfully, eventually, his bail was set. And because of the altercation, Caden wasn't allowed to go back to his dad's home. So the Fausts offered for him to move in with them. And at this point, Caden was 18. So he could legally decide where he wanted to live. And so he decided to take them up on their offer and live with them. And they later said that they completely cleared out and repainted a room for him and even bought him a brand new bed. And I did read that it was a 3-bedroom house. And since there was already Chris, his wife, and their 2 teenage kids already living in the home, it's unclear if someone was moved out of a bedroom to make room for Caden. I'm not really sure what the situation was, but regardless of that, it seemed like Caden was doing really well in their home. And he started looking for work and also started figuring out steps to get his GED, which is great. And he actually was starting his own lawn care business. But unfortunately, some asshole stole the mowers that he purchased, which is a huge bummer. And so he was set back on that project. But another thing that seemed to be really great about living with Chris is that Chris was also very active. So he and Caden would regularly go on bike rides together or to the gym together. And they also started a project together, which was working on an old Toyota 4Runner that Kara had gifted to Caden. And I don't know all the specifics, but I guess the 4Runner didn't run that well anymore. And so they were working on getting it back into good shape for him to drive. And then luckily, he eventually landed a part-time job for a moving company. And so by all appearances, I'm sure you can agree, it seems like things were starting to turn around for Caden, that he was getting on the right track, that his life was sort of starting to fall back into place while under the Faust roof. So that's why it makes it so frustrating and confusing that he completely just disappeared a week after he turned 19 years old. Now, even though he and his father, Maurice, obviously had a tumultuous relationship to some degree, they still kept in touch. And every Sunday, Caden would go to his home to visit and take their family dogs out for a run. And he loved his dogs, and he was concerned that they didn't get enough exercise. So this was something that was very, very important to him, and he never would miss it. But on Sunday, December 18th, 2022, Caden just never showed up. And Maurice had spoken to him the day before, and Caden said that he was going to be there. So when he didn't show up, it was immediately concerning to him. And so Maurice called Chris, and he said that he hadn't seen him that day and that he was probably sleeping in his room. And so throughout the day, Maurice kept calling and texting Caden, but he never received a response. And then the next day, he had his shift at the moving company, and he never showed up, which was also unlike him. And by Tuesday, Maurice said that he still hadn't heard anything. So he called Chris again, and this time he told him that Caden wasn't there. Then Kara received a call from Chris asking if she had seen him, and she had last talked to him on the 14th when they discussed Caden coming to her home for Christmas, but she had no idea where he was now. And again, like I said at the beginning of this episode, there's not a lot of information out on this case. There's not a lot of coverage. And so it was really confusing at times. And I couldn't figure out which call came first. So I don't know if Maurice's call sort of sparked Chris's concern and caused him to take it seriously, or if Chris was already trying to find him when Maurice called again. But either way, apparently he had finally opened Caden's bedroom door, which does seem strange. But he saw he wasn't there, and that's when he realized he was missing. And of course, he is an adult living in their home. I do think it's strange that he didn't check in his room sooner. But anyway, that day, Chris goes and files a missing persons report with the Lower Windsor Township Police Department. But let's jump back just the tiniest bit and talk about things for a second, because I'm sure you're confused or suspicious hearing all of this, because I definitely was. On Sunday, Chris made it seem to Maurice that everything was fine. So what happened? Well, I guess Chris never actually saw Caden on Sunday, and he had last seen him on Saturday night. And according to him, Caden was invited to go to a car show with a friend, but I guess he turned it down, and instead he ate dinner with the Fausts. After that, he wanted to go go-karting, but Chris wasn't up for joining him. Then he wanted to go to the boxing gym, so he called the gym to check its hours and was told it was about to close. And this call was later verified by the gym's owner. Chris says that after all of that, Caden just went into his room for the night, and that was the last known sighting of him. So I'm sure you have a lot of questions about all of that, and trust me, I do too. But for now, let's get back to the timeline. And I do have to say here that this case is different than a lot of the missing persons cases that I usually cover, because in this instance, the police immediately took it seriously. And in fact, some of the officers actually knew Caden. Even the police chief, James Thomas, was actually his high school track coach. And others would often see him out running or playing basketball. And one officer even bought him a slice of pizza, and the two of them chatted for a while. And it seems like because of that emotional attachment, or maybe this is just a great police department, I don't know, but they jumped on it very quickly. They searched his room and they found some alcohol, very common for a teenager, of course. And they also found handwritten rap lyrics that mentioned a girl and a homemade Ouija board. And obviously that kind of sticks out to me. It's a little unusual, but I don't have any idea what to make of that. They also noticed that his phone, his wallet, and a pair of shoes were missing. Caden's ID was later found in one of Chris's cars, paper clipped to a deposit slip and a $5 bill, but the rest of his wallet has never been recovered. Maurice's home was also searched, but no evidence was found. And even though his phone was missing, they were able to clone it and go through the records. And it last pinged off of a tower not far from the Faust's home on Old Windsor Road at 9:28 a.m. that Sunday. But the most significant thing they found, though, was that the phone was connected to the Faust's home Wi-Fi at 9:33 a.m., shortly after that ping and several hours after Chris said he had last seen Caden. And then right after that, his phone either died or was just shut off and there was no more activity. And police also figured out that around this time, his social media accounts were deleted. And that was pretty much it, you guys. Those are the only clues surrounding Caden's disappearance, which is just so frustrating and confusing because they weren't even able to recover any surveillance footage of Caden, which just feels impossible in 2022. It seems like everyone at least had a doorbell camera by then. The police searched a 5 to 6 mile radius of that cell tower, but it was winter and they were dealing with snow and ice. And once the weather changed, they did do follow-up searches, but still came up empty. Of course, police spoke to his family and friends, but no one had any idea what could have happened, where he could be, or had any information at all. And although he just started working at that moving company, investigators still talked to his boss and his coworkers, and one of them actually had dinner with him on the 16th. And he said that he was totally fine, and the two of them had even talked about seeing each other at work on Monday. No one in his life was able to give the police anything to suggest where he could possibly be. And the Fausts actually did say that he wasn't acting totally like himself in the 2 weeks leading up to his disappearance. I guess he would normally spend a lot of time with them, hang out with them when he was home, but lately he had just been coming straight home and going right into his room. Now, of course, we've got to keep in mind that we have no idea what was actually going on in his life and in his mind leading up to his disappearance. It's quite possible he was dealing with some things that he hadn't told anyone about, and we also got to keep in mind that we don't know what was going on in that house. We don't know if there was a reason that he was acting that way towards them. Maybe things were weird and he didn't feel comfortable spending time with them or didn't want to spend time with them. Not saying that that's the case. I'm just saying that's a possibility. No one knows because none of us were there, of course. And also, you got to keep in mind he had just started a new job. So it's possible he was just resting after his shifts. It was probably a lot of work to be moving people. But I also do want to note that the Fausts weren't the only ones to notice that he was acting a little off. His mom, Kara, actually said the same thing. She said that when she spoke to him that Thursday to discuss upcoming Christmas plans, that she mentioned how his older brother had moved back in with her. And according to her, Caden seemed confused by this, even though she says they had a very long conversation about it the week prior. But I guess he sounded a little despondent, which may speak to his frame of mind that week, but it isn't enough to point to what could have happened. And when Christmas came just a few days later, Kara held out some hope that maybe Caden would just show up. And the pain of that not happening made this all so much worse. So after the holidays passed, on January 4th, the police held a press conference to update the public. And they talked about all the investigative efforts, including the ground searches in the area and drone searches in the nearby rugged terrain. They also obtained warrants for the Faust home, and they brought in canines trained in electronic storage detection, but they came up empty. Now, if you didn't know, ESD canines are trained to detect a chemical scent that's found in the glue of electronics. And as I mentioned in a recent episode, my foundation, Higher Hope, worked with the nonprofit Our Rescue to train and place an ESD canine in Colorado. And like I explained, we wanted you guys to help vote for a name. And on July 28th, we got to announce to you all on Higher Hope social media, which, by the way, give us a follow if you aren't already. I would so appreciate it. But the name will be Hope if it's a girl and Charlie if it's a boy. And those were my top picks, so I'm very, very satisfied with those names. Thank you to everyone who took the time to vote. But anyway, getting back to the press conference, the most interesting piece of information that came out of it was that on the 16th, Caden had deposited his paycheck, but his bank account remained untouched after he disappeared. And police also said that this isn't a criminal investigation, but they are worried about him. They also stressed that he's not in any trouble, and they've always had a good relationship with him. And at the end of it, Kara said a few words and begged the public to come forward with any information. And God, you can just feel the heartbreak that she is experiencing, and it's just always so upsetting to see a mother so desperate to find her baby.
I would like someone to come forward and just let me know something, because I know somebody knows where my son is or what happened to my son. Somebody has to know something. And Caden, if you're just out there, call me. Just let me know you're okay. If you need help or you want me to come and get you, just call me. If you're afraid to call my phone, call me at work. That's it. Just Caden, if you see this, you are so loved. You are so loved by so many people. So many people are missing you. So many people are worried about you. If anybody knows anything, please just let me know that my son is okay. I just need to know that my son is okay.
Now, during this time, the Fausts and Caden's family were on good terms. And initially, Chris and Kara spoke sometimes a couple times a day. But that did not last too long, unfortunately. And both of their phone numbers were even on the missing poster, but his number was taken off after a few weeks. And Chris claims that he asked for it to be removed because he was receiving prank calls. But Kara claims that she removed it after learning that Caden's phone was connected to their Wi-Fi on Sunday morning. But either way, this was the first sign of tension between them, and it only worsened a few months later. Because at that point, Chris blocked their family and listed Caden's car on Facebook Marketplace. Now, technically, it was legally his to sell because when Kara had gifted Caden the car, Chris had offered to put it under his insurance plan. But in order to do that, the title would have to be in his name. So on paper, yeah, the car was his and he could do what he wanted. And he also listed the new bed that he had gotten for Caden on Facebook Marketplace as well. So these two sales have definitely made people question the Fausts, which leads us into theories of what could have happened here. And of course, there's not much to work with. And I want to make it clear that the Fausts have never been named persons of interest, but there is certainly a lot of speculation surrounding them. First off, some people think it's odd that none of them saw him after Saturday night, but didn't seem to be concerned about it until Tuesday. And I mentioned earlier how I also think that is off. I think that is very off. But of course, he's not their child. He's living in their home. He's an adult. I don't know what their situation was. Again, we didn't live in that house. None of us know what it was like in that house, but it feels weird, right? The house is 1,500 square feet, and I understand he had his own bedroom, but it just doesn't feel spacious enough to not notice that someone wasn't there. Like, you would think you would see him go to the bathroom or just, I don't know, it's odd. And keep in mind that 4 family members were living in the house at the time, but for days, no one questioned where Caden was. And you would think after Maurice called them on Sunday that they would be a bit more vigilant to at least look for him, but that doesn't seem to be the case. And Chris has explained that he would wake up early and that Caden would stay up late and then sleep in. So he didn't think it was weird not seeing him on Sunday morning, but what about the other 3 people that were living there? And remember, one of those people was his good friend Ethan, and also his phone was active in their house on Sunday morning, so it suggests that he was awake then. But the biggest thing that people turn to is selling his stuff just months after he disappeared. And we have seen some cases where getting rid of someone's belonging points to guilt, but the Fausts did spend their own money on buying the bed and the supplies for fixing up the car, so maybe they just wanted some money back. Yet at the same time, if they had done these things out of the goodness of their hearts to help Caden, you'd just think you wouldn't be in such a rush to get some money back for that situation. Just months after he disappeared, I don't know. It feels weird. And on the Facebook Marketplace ad, he claims that he spent over $10,000 on parts for it, but the car sold for $8,500. So why was he in such a hurry to sell it if he didn't even make all his money back? So in my opinion, their behavior is questionable, but it also could be easily explained and could be completely innocent. And it's definitely not enough to point to involvement. Now, there is something else that I felt I should mention because there is a lot of discussion about it online, but about a week after Caden went missing, Chris posted this photo of their cracked garage floor, asking if anyone else in the neighborhood had their epoxy cracked due to the cold weather. And that led people to speculating that they did something to Caden and buried him under their garage, which obviously is a wild stretch, and they would have to be really stupid to post where they hid his body on Facebook for all the world to see. I mean, come on. I think that is such a ridiculous theory, but people be making ridiculous theories online. And I want to remind everyone that their home was searched by law enforcement and canines were brought in, but I will say, in my opinion, it is kind of strange and just distasteful to be posting about a crack in the garage floor when someone that you seemingly cared about just disappeared from your home so recently. It's strange, and it's also just kind of distasteful. I don't know really what to make of it, but it definitely doesn't point to guilt or anything like that. And I'm sure you're probably wondering about Caden's friend, Ethan. Well, he hasn't talked much to the press, and when he has, it's been very basic answers. So we don't really have any of his insight on all of this. And I just have to stress one more time that even though their behavior may seem strange, there is zero evidence that they did anything to Caden, and it's not the only theory out there. And I just want to make that really clear because I would hate for people from my audience to go and harass this family. Please do not do that. There's no evidence that they did anything. So let's talk about some of the other theories out there. Some have wondered if maybe Caden ran away in order to avoid his upcoming hearings over the bus incident. He had been very vocal that he never wanted to go back to prison, and the amount of time that he was facing with 2 felony charges must have been terrifying for him. But there are a few holes in this theory. I mean, first, Caden's lawyer has said that he was positive that he could get the charges dismissed, especially with the surveillance footage. So there was quite a bit of hope of avoiding jail time. Of course, in his mind, he could have been thinking, there's still a chance I could go back, and I don't want to take that chance. But there are some holes in the idea that he ran away. The most obvious one being the fact that he had deposited his paycheck and then never touched it again. It's not like he cashed it so that there were no traces on his accounts. It's just been sitting there. And on that note, Kara also said that she and Caden talked about how she would be giving him money as a Christmas present that year. And that was just 2 weeks away, while his upcoming court date was about 6 weeks away. So you would think that if Caden was planning on running away, he would at least wait until Christmas so he could get that money. And that way he would have more money to work with while he was on the run. But he obviously didn't. However, of course, it is on the table. He may have run away. And Kara has said that she initially thought he could have left on purpose, but it's very unlike him, according to her, to go no contact with everyone after all this time. He was also very close to his brother Carter, and the two of them spoke almost every day. So even if he was scared to contact his parents, they think that he would have at least reached out to him. Bottom line, his family just really doesn't buy into this theory because they think it would be so out of character for him to see his family in such distress and not to let any of them know that he's okay. But even though they don't, really believe this theory much, Kara did attempt to get the charges dismissed in hopes that maybe he would come back if he was in hiding somewhere. But at the end of the day, this theory is very speculative, and it's really just based on the fact that Caden said he didn't want to go back to prison, which is a very rational and normal thing to say that most people would say. Then there's the idea that maybe Caden did leave the Faust home on his own and that he planned to return, but then something happened. And like I mentioned, he did go for runs a lot, so it isn't out of the question. But like all the theories, there's some holes in this too. Mainly that his phone was connected to the home Wi-Fi after it last pinged, but the phone itself was never found. So that would mean he would have turned off his phone before leaving the house, but still took it with him, which doesn't make a ton of sense, but at the same time, it's possible. Like maybe he wanted to leave the house and clear his head a bit, didn't want to be notified on his phone, but wanted to have it just in case he needed it. But it feels odd. Also, don't forget some of his social media was deleted around that time, and that's pretty significant. Now, one thing I have to mention here is that the Faust home is about 2 miles away from the Susquehanna, which is a huge river that runs through half of Pennsylvania and parts of New York and Maryland. So people have wondered, could he have possibly fallen into the river while he was on his run? But it was winter, and reports have stated that the river was frozen over. Now, I don't live on the East Coast. I don't know what winters are like. I know they're pretty brutal. But in this area specifically where he was able to access, was it completely frozen over? I wasn't able to find that information, but investigators have been exploring this possibility by conducting extensive searches around the river, but nothing has ever been found. And honestly, after going through all of those theories, all of the information we do have, what little evidence we do have, which is basically nothing, I don't know what to think. And with some missing persons cases, there are a few clues that sort of give insight into what probably happened. But I don't feel this way about this one. I have no idea. There just isn't a solid theory because each of these options feels possible, but questionable at the same time. And no matter what happened, I just hope that Caden's family will one day get those answers because I cannot imagine what it would be like to have no idea and just wonder because, God, your mind has to just wander so much. Thinking of all the possibilities, I'm sure they have gone over so many more ideas than we have today. I did want to mention that in 2023, Kara offered a $5,000 reward for information. And in December that same year, the community held a vigil to mark his birthday and 1 year since his disappearance. And you can just tell that all of those in attendance love him and desperately want him to return. And over the years, their family has really done whatever they can to get the word out. At some point, they even partnered with the Doc Ellis Foundation. And you may remember the Doc Ellis Foundation from my episode on Susana Morales. But if you didn't catch that one or you don't remember, it was founded in honor of the late Pittsburgh Pirates pitcher Doc Ellis. And their purpose is to provide resources to families impacted by missing, murdered, or trafficked loved ones, specifically in underserved and minority communities. And guys, they are such a great foundation, and I'll leave a link to their website in the description if you're interested in learning more about their work. And I'm really happy to hear that they are involved and working on this case because there haven't been any major updates, and we just can't let Caden be forgotten. One update did come out in early 2024, so it has been a while, but Chief Jim Thomas said in an interview, during the course of the investigation and looking into things, we feel that there's a possibility of foul play. And to be clear, they were never denying that that was possible, but they were saying that they had no reason to believe that's what happened. But Kara was vocal that she was happy that they're publicly expressing this because at the time, at least, she strongly believed it was foul play. But as of the day that I'm recording this, no person of interest has been named. And I do have to say, it really does seem like the police want answers and they haven't given up on Caden's case. At least that's the way it seems. I hope that is the case. But over the years, extensive searches have been conducted by air, by land, by water, and nothing has come up. They've also partnered with many agencies and organizations, including the York County DA's office, the Center for Missing and Exploited Persons, Crime Stoppers of Pennsylvania, the State Police, Team Adam, East Prospect Fire Company, and Lake Clark Water Rescue. So many people have been out there putting in the time trying to find him. And a lot of the searches have been centered around where the phone last pinged, but it's also extended out to other areas as well. It really does seem that they have done as much as they possibly can do at this point. I mean, they've conducted hundreds of interviews. They've followed up on numerous tips, including false sightings and tips that have come in from psychics. And one self-proclaimed psychic told them that they had a vision of Caden in the water by a local dam. So the police and water rescue actually coordinated a search there. Divers checked the intake area of the dam, but they found nothing. And another psychic said that Caden was on a small island in the Susquehanna River. And they even brought cadaver dogs out there, but found nothing. And it's not often that investigators take those types of tips from psychics seriously. I mean, sometimes they do, and sometimes they actually pan out, very rarely. But it really speaks to how desperate they are, how much they want to solve this case, that they are taking even tips like that seriously. In an interview in 2023, Chief Jim Thomas said that their small community was just reeling after this disappearance. And he also stated, "We all knew Caden. We all got along with Caden. There's been many a night when we sat around the squad room brainstorming and trying to figure out what happened. I just hope something breaks for them soon. I mean, someone has to know something. There's got to be another clue out there that just hasn't been uncovered yet. And I just hope that something comes out sooner than later so that his family can at least have answers." In May of 2024, his parents gave an interview to local news, and they're both very conflicted about what could have happened. Maurice feels like Caden is still out there and doesn't want to give up hope until he sees proof, and I totally get that. But Kara said that she believes that he's no longer alive because he visits her in her dreams. She's talked about one in which he hugs her and tells her that he loves her, but he has to go. And she's not the only one in their family who's experienced these dreams. And this is really, really eerie to me, and I'm sure you guys will agree, but they didn't initially tell his grandma that he was missing. And before they told her, Kara was visiting with her. And she asked if he was okay because she had a dream in which she saw him underwater. And I know to a lot of people that means nothing. Not everyone puts stock onto people's dreams like that, but I don't know. I've heard many weird things like that in cases where it does pan out. So I don't know. And especially like if anyone's going to have a dream or a vision, I feel like the family is going to be most connected to Caden in that way. But that's just my opinion. My heart just truly goes out to all of them. I mean, thinking about how frustrated I feel and how frustrated I'm sure a lot of you feel just listening to his case. Think about how they feel. I mean, after this ends, we all get to move on and go about our lives, but they're dealing with this. They're living with this pain of not knowing every single day of their lives. And so before I go, I just wanted to ask a favor because my audience is so, so kind, so amazing, always willing to go the extra mile. But if you do want to help and you have Facebook, I really encourage you to follow the Find Caden Black page. His family is nowhere near giving up on him, and I would just love for them to feel supported by my audience. So even if you just follow or could go the extra mile and just leave them a nice comment, some encouragement or something like that, it really goes a long way for people to just feel like they're not alone. They have also set up a GoFundMe to raise money for a PI, so if you're interested in donating to that, I'll have it linked below. And like I said earlier, my team and I have reached out to them to offer a HOPE grant that could go towards a PI or something else that they have in mind. We'd love to chat it through and be connected with them as well. But that, unfortunately, is all I have for you on Caden's case at this time. Before I go, I do want to share the official description of Caden at the time of his disappearance. So he is biracial with brown hair, brown eyes. He's 5'10" and weighs 160 pounds. And if anyone has information, they should call Lower Windsor Township Police Department at 1-717-244 8055. I will be back next week to discuss another case, but until then, stay safe out there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of True Crime with Kendall Ray. Thank you so much for joining me today. And if you're new to the show, then welcome. I'm so happy to have you, and make sure to click subscribe so you never miss an episode from me. So, guys, today, oh my God, the case that we're going to be talking about, I can confidently say has just had my head spinning. This case is just riddled with family drama and dysfunction and lots and lots of finger pointing. Today, we're going to be talking about the murder of Gary Ferris, who is a father of 4, a very well-loved man. He was known as Big Daddy, which I will explain. And you may have heard this case referred to as the Ferris wheel, which is a name that their family is not all that fond of, but that is definitely what the media has dubbed it. We do have a lot to go over. This one is quite complicated. Like I was saying, we're going to be talking about Gary Ferris, and he was born on June 27th, 1960 in Tuscumbia, Alabama, to his parents Betty and Jean, along with his 3 younger siblings, John, Patricia, and Sherry. Now, he was a lot of things, but one thing that really stood out to me was just how everyone spoke about his work ethic and his drive. He received his bachelor's degree from the University of Northern Alabama and his Juris Doctor degree from the University of Alabama Law School. And while there, he was the editor-in-chief of the Alabama Law Review. And on top of that, like I mentioned in the beginning of the episode, he was a husband and a father. And he and his wife actually met when they were just teenagers. And her name is Melody. And by his sophomore year in college, the two of them were married and pretty quickly had their first child. Now, Chris was their firstborn son, but he was followed by 3 more kids, Scott, then Emily, and then Amanda. And while Melody was home with the kids, Gary was at the office. After graduating, he first joined the law firm Burr and Foreman as a commercial real estate attorney in Birmingham. And then in 2013, due to his success, he moved his family to the Atlanta area, where he was asked to open a new branch of the firm. And Gary was a hard-working family man through and through. I mean, I truly mean it. And when the kids were growing up, family vacations were always tied to places where he had work seminars, but despite his long hours and very demanding responsibilities, as you can imagine, he still made time to coach baseball teams and attend school events. He was still very involved in his kids' lives. And they said they remember their childhood as a very happy one for the most part. They had kind of the traditional setup, you know, a dad who worked to provide for them, and then a loving mother who took care of everyone. And Gary, like I mentioned at the beginning of the episode, was nicknamed Big Daddy because he was just this big, friendly guy who everyone adored. And when I say Gary was big, I mean that literally. He was like 6'5" and weighed about 300 pounds. And you would think that it would be quite difficult for someone that size to go missing, but Gary did. So that brings me to July of 2018. And I think to best understand the nature of his disappearance, you'll need to understand a little bit more about their living situation. So when he and his family moved in 2013, Gary bought a 10-acre hobby farm in Alpharetta, Georgia. Now, this really seemed to be Melody's dream, okay? So they had horses, goats, chickens, and it was exactly what she had always wanted. And in 2018, that's where the two of them and their son Scott were living. And by that point, the kids were all grown up and several of them already had families of their own. But Scott ended up living in this kind of apartment-like studio converted situation above the barn after serving in Iraq. And he worked on the farm, taking care of the animals and the property. So that's kind of how that arrangement came to be. So with all of that in mind, let's go to July 3rd, 2018. And on that day, everything was very business as usual. It was a Tuesday, and Gary's oldest son, Chris, stopped by with his daughter so she could see her grandparents and say hi to the ducks that lived on their pond. And she had asked her grandma if she could spend the night, but Melody said no. And then at some point, her and her dad went back home. The next day, though, was the 4th of July. And of course, here in America, that's a holiday. And so the two of them came back over due to the holiday. And this night, she was allowed to sleep over. And I believe one of her cousins was also being dropped off. And so it was the two of them playing on the farm the whole day. And then they were going to have this sleepover. and they were very excited about it. And at some point, the two of them wanted to find their grandfather. They wanted to find Big Daddy, but they weren't able to. Now, it's important to note that this property was so big that you could definitely go a full day without seeing someone who was living on the farm or who was at the farm at some point. However, the next day, July 5th, there was still no word or sight of Gary. And that's when everyone started to worry. So that morning between 8:30 and 9, Scott says that he woke up and just started his day as usual. He went down to the barn to check on the animals. Then he got ready to leave the property to go get a haircut. And as he was on his way out, he noticed that his sister Amanda was sitting on the porch talking with their mom. So he decides to stop and say hi to them. And this is when Scott says that his mother Melody told him that they couldn't find Gary. Now, Scott didn't think that his dad could have gone that far because he could see that his RTV and his Mercedes were still parked at the house. And if Gary was going to go anywhere, he would have taken one of those two vehicles. Also, Gary's physical health wasn't that good. And basically, it was a well-known thing that if he was on the property, he was going to be using his RTV. So Scott figured he had to be close by. How far could he have gotten, right? But according to Melody, neither she nor Amanda could find him. So long story short, he decides to start looking through the house and see if he could find him or maybe even any indication of where he might be. And immediately there were two things that stood out to him. The first being his dad's CPAP machine was still next to his bed, which Gary slept with his CPAP machine every night. He had sleep apnea. He needed it. So this immediately tells him that his dad hasn't left for long if he did leave. He hasn't gone on a business trip or anything like that because he would not leave without a CPAP machine. And the next thing that stood out to him was the fact that his dad's wallet wasn't on the dresser, which, according to Scott, the only two places Gary kept his wallet was either in his pocket or on the dresser in the primary bedroom. Now, it's important that you know that the primary bedroom was not where Gary actually slept. And this is going to become obvious quite quick in this episode, but Gary and Melody's marriage was not a happy one at all. The two of them had sort of divided the house up. He actually had a whole different part of the house where he lived pretty much all the time. If he was home, he was there, or he was like out on the farm and stuff. But they were rarely spending time together. So he kind of had his own sort of man cave situation set up. And that included his own bedroom, his own living room space. And all of this was downstairs just off of the kitchen area. However, according to Scott, Gary still used the primary bedroom to store some of his things. But anyways, when Scott sees the CPAP machine and no wallet, he thought that was really, really weird. And then he thought it was even weirder when his mom approached him saying that she had the wallet. And I guess she told him that she had found it in his car. So at this point, alarm bells are starting to ring for Scott because it looked like his dad should be home, but he wasn't anywhere in the house. And like I said earlier, Scott felt like how far could he have gotten without his two vehicles and in the health that he's in. And he also knew that Gary wasn't in the barn because he didn't see him there all morning and he was there earlier. So initially, Scott's mind is going towards something has happened to Gary, like he's had some type of health episode somewhere on the property. Keep in mind, again, this is a huge property. He thought maybe he had a heart attack or something like that, and he was out on the farm somewhere. And to explain his health a little bit more, Gary was a smoker, and apparently he also drank like a case of Mountain Dew per day, so there was that. But in the years leading up to all of this, he had also developed what he had called these spells, where he would get very weak and just sick out of the blue, and no doctor could ever diagnose him with anything. And 3 months prior, he actually ended up in the hospital with one of these spells. So now that he's missing, like I said, Scott was worried that he was having some sort of health episode, one of these spells, something along those lines. And so after looking through the house, he gets onto the RTV and starts searching the property, which I can imagine would be a very, very scary feeling. And this is roughly around the time that Amanda ends up calling Chris to let him know what's going on. And he was actually already on his way to the farm because if you remember, his daughter had spent the night there, so he was coming anyway to pick her up. And his reaction was very similar to Scott's. He first wanted to know if his vehicles were there, and he wanted to know about his wallet and CPAP machine and if they were still at the house. And when he found out that all of those things were still at the house and Gary wasn't, he came to the same conclusion as his brother, worried that something happened to him and he is somewhere on the farm. So he rushes there to help everyone else look for him. Now, when he got there, he sees Amanda and Melody are sitting on the front steps outside the house. And so he, just like Scott, starts looking around the main house area. But eventually he makes his way outside. And when he does, he sees his brother and mom walking towards the tree line. And that's when something clicked in Chris's brain. A few days prior, Gary had mentioned that there was a burn pile somewhere on the property that he was planning to set on fire. Now, if you don't know what a burn pile is, it's just a pile of dry vegetation that farmers and people will intentionally set on fire to get rid of dead branches and leaves and stuff like that. And I guess Gary was known to make these quite often and really loved a good burn pile. So when Chris saw them walking that way, he remembered that that's where his dad was planning on burning a bunch of stuff. But before he even got the chance to make it over there, Scott and Melody had already made the discovery. According to Scott, he had just finished checking the trail cameras, which is important. We'll come back to that later. And he was already making his way over to the pond area. And then he gets a call from Melody. She wanted to know if he had thrown a dead goat on top of the burn pile. And Scott said, no, I did not. And so as soon as he got over there, that's when he saw the bones. I guess he gently lifted up the corner of what looked like a skull. And as soon as he saw teeth and an eye socket, he just knew right away that this was his dad.
Our father has come up missing, and we just searched the property. It's a small farm, and I just found something near the farm that doesn't. He was burning brush. Now there's stuff in the fire that it could be him. I don't know. All right, sir. We've been walking around looking for him, and I went where the fire is still smoldering. And I'm ex-military. I was deployed to Iraq. I've seen what burned up bodies look like, and this looks like a body. Okay.
Now, shortly after this call, emergency services arrived, and considering Gary's body was almost entirely ash and bone, they could tell that the fire had been burning for a while. And right away, they began to investigate, starting with Melody. The lead investigator brought her back over to the house, and that's when she shared what she knew. Now, according to her, the last time she saw her husband was on the evening of July 3rd. It was around dinner time, and he had come into the kitchen asking if she was going to make them something to eat. But she says she told him that there was already food in the fridge and that if he wanted to eat, he'd have to go and get it himself. And she also mentioned that this was the night he lit the burn pile. Now, Melody said that she remembered telling him that he needed to put it out before he went to bed so that it didn't actually catch the whole property on fire.
So he started the fire before you guys discussed anything?
It was long about the same. I don't know. When we were in and out discussing all that. But yeah, at some point in time when we were discussing the jar and that kind of stuff, I said, why did you start that fire? And, well, what difference does it make? Well, because it's dry, it's 4th of July, it's, I can give you 100 reasons. You set my house on fire once before. And I just told him, I said, Gary, you've got to watch that fire.
And then after that, he walked downstairs and she figured that he was going to go check on the burn pile before going to bed. And according to her, that is the last time that she saw him. Now, as for the 4th, Melody said that she didn't see him at all. But she also said that it wasn't that abnormal to go a day without seeing one another, considering they slept in separate bedrooms and because the property was also so big. Although she says that the only reason that they slept separately was because his CPAP machine was loud. And she conveniently just leaves out the part where their marriage was in absolute shambles. But she did tell investigators about these spells that Gary was having and how sometimes he would spend entire days unable to do anything because of how sick he was. And she did make sure to mention that Gary was also a smoker who drank more than 12 sodas per day and that he was on blood pressure medication. And of course, all of that suggested that he may have accidentally just fallen into the burn pile during some kind of health-related episode. And her story had some overlap with Scott's, mainly that he had also last seen Gary on July 3rd, that the fire was lit that night, and that he wasn't a very healthy guy. However, those were the only similarities because it was clear right from the jump that Scott had a different theory about what happened, and he was quick to point the finger at his mom. And when I say quick, I mean quick. Within like 13 minutes of law enforcement arriving on scene, he mentioned that a gun was missing from the property and suggested that she may have something to do with it. And specifically, he said that he found a pistol in a cabinet drawer behind the couch in the downstairs living room. And when he went to look for it, it was gone. Now, it didn't take long at all before a discovery was made that seemed to support what Scott was saying. Okay, so while the scene was being processed, a fragment of a bullet was found lodged in Gary's ribcage. And of course, with this discovery, any idea that Gary had some type of health issue or one of these spells and had fallen into the burn pile went right out the window. And this was information that investigators kept to themselves at first. They first swabbed Scott and Melody's hands for gunshot residue, which did end up being negative for both of them, and then they brought them to the station to continue being questioned. And this was the point where investigators shared their findings.
So Scott is the one that told us about a month and a half ago that he saw the pistol in the basement. The AT&T guy was there to do some repairs or to do something. He was trying to find the remote. Found the pistol. That pistol's not there anymore. Where it was. Didn't know anything about a pistol. So you were the last one to see Gary alive on Tuesday night.
Right.
Now, in her interviews, Melody swore that she did not hear gunshots the night of July 3rd. She did say she remembered hearing the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers, which, is very common even the night before 4th of July or the whole week of 4th of July. I feel like I was hearing them every night, even where I live, like in the suburbs. But, of course, that could be a very convenient lie. And then when she was asked if Gary had any issues with either of their sons, she was very quick to point her finger at them. And according to Melody, it really just all came down to money. She explained that her husband was basically an ATM to Emily, Scott, and Chris, and claimed that all of them were stealing from and taking advantage of him. So all of their kids except Amanda. She said that Chris had been caught stealing checks from him and that Emily was married to someone who had been in and out of jail for theft. And I'm not sure if that meant stealing from Gary, though, but anyway, Melody placed just a huge emphasis on the fact that her 3 kids were using their dad for his money and that it was causing a ton of problems within their family. And she specifically really emphasized Scott. She said that they had a bunch of tension and had recently gotten into a big fight. And when it came to guns, she said that Scott was the one who had a pistol. And she also pointed out that this pistol that he claimed was stolen from him years ago, but that she had seen one in the barn at some point.
My dad had some pistols, but now Scott has them, and I don't know what's left of them. I don't know. Scott took them, he was in the military, and Scott took them and took them to Columbia, where he was. And supposedly the house got broken into, but now I do know that there was a pistol over the barn for a while, and I haven't seen it in a long time. Scott took it and put it away.
Do you remember what kind of pistol it was like? Or don't have any idea?
I don't know anything about guns.
And she also made it sound like Gary was just finally fed up with all of their behavior and that he was going to stop being so forgiving when it came to their spending. And I guess there were text messages between Gary and his kids that alluded to him cracking down, which based on that, it sounded like this could have been a financially driven murder, with many of them having a possible motive. But investigators also had to consider other usual motives, like infidelity, for example. However, Melody was adamant that there was no unfaithfulness in their marriage. Everything was good in that department. And she also said that Gary didn't have any life insurance and there were no assets in her name, therefore making it seem like she wouldn't have anything to gain from this. But her sons, on the other hand, she said they definitely did. And Scott and Chris completely denied her accusations, though. Sure, their dad was very generous with his money, but they said it wasn't anything like what Melody was trying to make it seem. Scott, for example, says that he earned his dad's money by living and working on the farm, whereas she said he wasn't working at all and was simply mooching off Gary. Now, as for Chris, he denied her accusations of theft, and he said that any money he did receive his dad was in good faith. Now, the two of them were not hesitant at all when they were asked what they thought happened. They both agreed that their mom should be looked at. They explained that Melody loved soap operas. She loved the show Days of Our Lives, I believe it was. It's like the soap opera, right? And she wanted to live the soap opera life. Like everything she did was very dramatic. And she was someone, according to them, remember all of this is coming from them, but she was someone that you did not want to piss off. And if one person upset her, they all took the brunt of it. And it took very little to anger her. Plus, according to Scott, there was that missing gun. So based off of their calculations and just their experiences and how they felt, all of this pointed to Melody. However, investigators did find it a little odd that Scott brought up this missing gun before he even knew that his dad was shot. And that is certainly weird, isn't it? They also found .38 caliber ammunition in Scott's dresser, which is the same caliber as the ammunition used on Gary. And to be clear, that's not to say it was a matching bullet. I don't think they were ever able to actually determine that, but it was the same caliber. Although, that being said, Scott explained that sometimes he and his friends would go out shooting and it wasn't uncommon for ammo to be left behind. And then another weird thing investigators noted about him was the fact that he had deleted all of the images from one of their trail cameras. So remember back when Scott was looking for his dad initially before they found him in the burn pile? One of the things that he did was go check their trail cameras. But apparently, when he didn't see anything suspicious on it, he just deleted the footage, which is undeniably very odd, right? It's very suspicious. But Scott said that it was just kind of a habit, that basically he was constantly deleting the footage to free up space on the SD card. And I don't have a trail camera, but I've talked to other people who have them. And if there's nothing interesting on the trail camera, oftentimes you delete it. So when there was nothing on the trail camera, but like a few squirrels and raccoons, he just erased it, which is weird in this specific situation. When your dad is missing, you would think you would just want to save that footage. And also you would think that you wouldn't even have the time or like the thought to delete that footage in that moment. But anyway, it's definitely not looking good that he erased it. And I'm sure you're starting to get the picture here. This investigation is quickly turning into a finger-pointing match between everyone in this family. And so in order to try and narrow down who could have done it, investigators really needed to start by trying to understand the timeline of when Gary's murder took place. And the boys were able to help add context to this timeline. So, like I said earlier, Chris had come by on the 3rd to let his daughter hang out and play. And he says that he last saw his dad around 4:45 p.m. And if you remember, Gary mentioned to Chris that he was going to light that burn pile, which was also corroborated by Scott. He says he last saw his dad that day around 1 or 1:30 p.m. at the Cherokee Ranch restaurant. But after that, he went to the lake with friends. And then after that, he was at one of their houses until about 10:55 p.m. because that's roughly when he said Melody called him asking if he could come home and help wrangle some horses that had escaped. But by the time he got home, which was about 11:30 p.m., they were already back where they belonged. And this is when he said he saw the glow of the burn pile in the distance. So now there are 3 witnesses saying that they saw a fire that night. So investigators were confident at this point that the fire was started on the 3rd. But what they didn't know at this point was what time Gary was put into the burn pile. So in order to determine that, they needed to look at the crime scene. And I'm not talking about the burn pile. I'm talking about 100 yards away inside the house. So based on blood evidence they found inside the house, investigators thought this is where the shooting took place. However, since this was a suspected shooting, you might think that there would have been a decent amount of blood somewhere, especially considering that there wasn't a bunch of blood found in or near the burn pile itself. But when investigators did Blue Star testing inside the home, the blood they found was minimal. But of course, minimal isn't nothing. Droplets of blood were found in the kitchen leading down the stairs towards the basement area where Gary, as I explained, spent most of his time. There was also some blood found on the wall by the front door. and evidence that some blood had been cleaned up, although it wasn't clear how much. But that wasn't all. While they were processing the downstairs living room area, a crime scene investigator found a spent bullet casing at the edge of the rug, which further suggested that he was shot inside. The odd thing, though, was that there weren't any holes in the wall or in the floor to indicate that bullet's trajectory. And there also wasn't any blood near where it was found. It was almost like someone had just dropped it there, maybe while cleaning up or something, because the place they found it just felt super random. It felt maybe like an accident. Regardless, though, investigators used all of this to develop a theory, which was that the first shot was fired in the kitchen, and then Gary was shot again as he came down the stairs and out the sliding glass door. But if that's the how, they still need to know when. If they can figure out a window of time for the murder, then they can try to match it to whoever was at the house. And interestingly, Gary's CPAP machine ended up being a big help. It turns out that this machine recorded user data, and it was able to determine that he hadn't used the machine on the night of July 3rd. It also showed them that he normally went to bed between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., and also that he never went a night without it. And because he didn't use it, they were now certain that he was killed sometime on the night of the 3rd. And knowing that Gary's phone was tracked to a restaurant that night, which placed him back at home around 9:30 p.m., they think that he was killed sometime between 9:30 p.m. and 1 a.m. And the only two people that we know were home that night were Scott and Melody. Of course, that being said, Scott, as he explained, wasn't home until 11:30 that night. And Scott's story about his timeline that night definitely checked out because a surveillance camera outside of his friend's house captured him leaving just around the time he said 10:55, and it was about a 30 or so minute drive back to the farm. Still, though, of course, that doesn't rule him out. And after all, if Gary was shot in the house but then ended up on the burn pile, he had to have been placed there. And considering how small Melody was, it's hard to conceptualize, at least at first, how she could have gotten her 300-pound husband all the way out there. But Scott, on the other hand, made a little bit more sense because he was built a lot more like his dad, so in theory, he would have had the strength to move him. But there was something that he and Chris had told investigators that made it difficult for them to turn their attention away from Melody, and that was the name Ted Wiley. Big shocker here, but it turns out that Melody was not honest with investigators when they asked her if she had an affair. Turns out that she did have an affair with this guy named Ted, who had been dating Gary's sister for over 20 years. And this wasn't a one or two time situation, okay? She would spend weeks at a time with him, and it was actually no secret to Gary. So it's surprising she tried to pretend that there was never any unfaithfulness, because it was pretty easy to uncover this. And to make matters worse, she had also secretly withdrawn a $50,000 home equity line of credit without his knowledge, which he eventually did find out about and is what prompted him to file for divorce. She had been away with Ted for quite a while at this point, and Gary had enough. He wanted a divorce because, quite frankly, Melody sucks. But somehow, you guys, this wicked witch was able to convince Gary to stay with her, and he withdrew his petition to end their marriage. And he basically just told their kids that they needed to forgive her as well. And so they did. And the reason I call Melody a witch, I call her a witch for so many reasons, but I feel like she also had some type of spell over Gary because it sounds like he even bought the farm for her. As I mentioned, that was really her dream to have this big farm. And he did that. He bought the farm after all of this had happened in order to try and save their marriage. But he was never able to fully trust her again after this, of course, because why would he? And because he didn't trust her at all, investigators found out that Gary had been tracking her spending because he was worried that she was out spending his money on other men. And one text from Gary to Melody in March of 2018 reads, "Your profligate spending must stop. I work every day, and between you, Scott, and Chris, I cannot keep up. You treat me like I don't exist, which is offensive, given how you repeatedly betray me." So investigators started to wonder if maybe Melody was becoming increasingly angry at him for tracking her spending when their kids seemingly had free reign. And then they also learned about something that blew my mind, okay? So they figured out that Gary had a hospital visit back in April of that year, and it was prompted by one of those spells that he had, which, according to Chris, this spell came after a heated argument between his parents. Apparently, after they got into this big fight, Melody brought Gary a big plate of cookies as like a peace offering, and he couldn't resist. I mean, the man loved his cookies. And so after he ate them, his throat started to burn and he began to feel sick. And Gary even told Chris that he thought that she had poisoned him. Now, I have to be really clear here. There is no proof of that. But in my opinion, I think that is what happened. I think this was a failed poisoning. Again, no proof. But the timing and circumstances, I think we can all agree, are very hard to ignore. But the biggest red flag that they found so far was what they found in her purse, which was birth control and another man's credit card. But it wasn't Ted Wiley's credit card. Remember the man that she had had an affair with before? It was some other guy's. This card belonged to a man named Roy Barton. And no shock here, but of course, Melody completely downplayed this situation. In one of her interviews, she said that it was an old credit card that she hadn't used in over 4 years that had been given to her by her cousin Martha Jane, who was married to Roy before he passed away. And she was adamant that if investigators looked into the card, that they wouldn't find any purchases or activity over the last 4 years. But let's be real, investigators knew that she was lying through her damn teeth. So they kept pressing her, and finally, she started to open up. And it was gradual, but Melody eventually explained that months and months prior to all of this, she was seeing a guy named Rusty Barton. So yeah, now we have another name. Now, Roy was Rusty's dad. And she said that he, Rusty, had given her the credit card for emergency use only because he knew how controlling Gary was about money. But of course, Melody made it sound like this relationship was not that serious at all. It was only after investigators found out that he had given her a secret phone. And once they looked through all of the records from that phone, they could see that her and Rusty were talking like all day, every day. So, of course, investigators decide it is time to pay Mr. Rusty a visit. And at first, they didn't get much out of him, which wasn't for lack of trying. They went pretty hard at him during their line of questioning, and he went just as hard back. Rusty was angry because he said he didn't know anything about the murder, but investigators were just as mad because they didn't believe him. However, he did have an alibi that proved that he couldn't have been the one to physically do it. But here's the thing. The more they looked into his phone records, the more suspicious Rusty seemed. For one, he had changed Melody's name in his phone to XO, which they thought was strange because she actually had an XO tattoo that she claimed was a tattoo for Gary. Like, they had already asked her about this XO tattoo, and she was like, oh yeah, that's just me and Gary's thing. But now it's looking a little differently because it's looking like that tattoo was for Rusty, which means that they had to have been serious if she was tattooing something in honor of him on her body. Then they saw that he had been Googling wedding bands. And that is not it, you guys. Man, I gotta say, I am just continually blown away by how people are so dumb when it comes to Google searches. This one really was excellent. Thanks, Rusty, for the laugh here, because he Googled, if the police have a cell phone number, can they get all your text messages? And how police get your text messages. So at this point, not looking good for Rusty. And of course, he does have an alibi. He couldn't have been the one to physically do it, but investigators felt like he had to know more than what he was saying, and therefore they wanted to keep a close eye on him. And not long after this interview, they found more evidence proving that he had lied. He had initially told them that he had last spoke to Melody about a week before the murder, but they found that he spoke to her 3 times on July 3rd for a cumulative 114 minutes. So, of course, they end up going back to Tennessee where he was living to question him a second time because this is not looking good. And this is when they struck gold. Get this, you guys. Rusty ended up telling them that during a phone call with Melody around 2 a.m. on July 4th, she told him that Gary was in the burn pile.
Let's talk about that conversation that you feel. So probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
Now, if you remember, Gary wasn't found until the 5th. On the 4th, she's acting all confused, doesn't know where he is, hasn't heard from him. The kids are looking for him. So the fact that she allegedly told him this on the 4th, that he's in the burn pile, it would suggest that she knew that he died before anyone else. And of course, this made Miss Melody the prime suspect real quick. And they thought that now they had Rusty on their side because he had agreed to record their conversations going forward. But this dipshit ended up telling her that the police were recording them, and then he bought her another phone so she would feel comfortable talking to him. That's right. He clearly just didn't give a shit that he was suspected of murder because they continued to date one another and speak all the time after all of this. And it turns out their relationship was a terribly kept secret. Turns out the two of them had known each other forever, but they had become romantic in 2014 when Melody started taking care of her second cousin, Martha Jane. And Martha Jane was married to Rusty's dad. And remember, Martha Jane, she comes back into things later on in a very big way. Now, long story short, Rusty's dad had gotten sick, and so did Martha Jane. So Melody started going to Tennessee to take care of them. And this is how she ended up with Roy's credit card. Roy, as a reminder, is Rusty's dad. But then her visits became personal, if you know what I mean. And everyone knew that she was doing this, including Gary. And get this, you guys, when her daughter Emily got married in 2016, Melody invited Rusty to the wedding and spent most of that evening dancing and flirting with him. And if you're watching this episode, take a look at this family picture from the wedding. I mean, the looks on Gary and Melody's faces really just say it all. And as he should have been, Gary was super disturbed by it all, but he didn't want to ruin his daughter's day because he was a good dad. And so he sort of just had to suck it up and let it happen. But yeah, by this point, she is definitely number one suspect on their list. And investigators continued to interview the kids to collect more information about her. And they were able to learn just how angry she was with Gary seemingly all the time and how little it took to set her off. In fact, just 2 days before he vanished, Scott said that his mom came screaming out of the house, yelling at Gary for leaving a dirty plate downstairs. So when he says little things set her off, they all were saying little things set her off. That's a great example of it. A dirty plate sent her over the fucking edge. She literally smashed it on the ground and said, I can't wait until that man's dead. I can't wait until I don't have to live with him anymore. And Gary even recorded a short video of the aftermath of it all, which was so eerie when you think about the fact that he was killed just a day or two later.
Leave the plate. Forget to take it upstairs. A minor temper tantrum. Of course, I had supper tonight, and it was 6 for me, so I'm sure I'll be feeling poorly here within minutes. But we'll see.
This is just heartbreaking and so scary. I mean, the fact that he said he'll probably start feeling sick after eating her food, literally, dude, makes the hair on my arms stand up because Gary knew that she wanted him dead. And the reality is Melody stood the most to gain. Even if Gary had become more critical of their children for spending his money, it wouldn't make sense at the end of the day for any of them, especially Scott, to have him killed. In the state of Georgia, Melody would have legally obtained the property in the event of his death, and the property is what she said he was after. And clearly, they didn't have the best relationship, to say the least, so if Scott was the one to kill his father, he would have just been sabotaging his own life because his mom definitely wouldn't have continued to let him live there with such financial freedom, right? The dots were just not connecting logically or physically. And listen to this. When investigators pinged Gary's phone to try and get a better understanding of the timeline, they saw that his phone had movement at 5:52 a.m. on July 4th. It was moving around for roughly an hour, and then at 7:21, his phone was at the burn pile. It then moved towards the house and then ultimately stopped pinging at 9:05 a.m. Now, let's not forget, investigators were certain that Gary had to have been killed on the night of July 3rd because he never used his CPAP machine. It's the only timing that would make sense. So think about it. The only reason that his phone could have been moving to and from the burn pile is because the killer was the one moving it around. And Melody was the only person who was home early that morning. Scott had left just before 7 a.m. to go play golf with some friends. And then, like we know, he went to the lake and then over to a friend's house. Melody also left the farm that day, but not before Gary's phone was seen moving around. So everything at this point, even if circumstantial, is pointing at her. And so finally, on June 18th, 2019, they were able to make an arrest. And Melody, funny enough, was actually with Rusty in Tennessee when they got word that the arrest was coming. And he drove her to the police station so she could just turn herself in. And I found it sort of interesting that it took almost a year to arrest her because it sounds to me like they had most of this evidence pretty early on, but I guess the real holdup was the autopsy, and it's just horrible to think about. But because of how badly burned his body was, because he was out in that burn pile for so long, it took a while for them to make a positive identification on him and confirm his cause of death. But once they got that, though, they arrested her for malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, concealing the death of another, and making false statements. And honestly, it was really Rusty's admission of what Melody told him about Gary being on the burn pile that convinced them of her guilt. And I'm sure Melody was pissed at Rusty for that. But at the end of the day, getting justice was not easy, and it did not come fast. It actually wasn't until October of 2024, so almost a year ago now, that Melody went to trial, which was over 6 years since the murder took place. During that time, she was out on bail, living her life, and the Ferris family became even more divided than they were before. Scott, Chris, and Emily all agreed that their mom was responsible for the murder of their dad, whereas Amanda, the youngest, didn't waver in her support for their mom. Which is really interesting when you think about it, how Amanda was the one sitting with her mom, comforting her when they couldn't find Gary. And mind you, she was the only child that Melody never seemed to point the finger at. And it was always the others that she said took advantage of Gary. It was never Amanda, which was actually something that Amanda had said since the beginning. During the interview process early on, she had mentioned that she was worried about her brother's behavior towards their mom. She even said that Scott had been making threats against Melody, including threats about burning the house down. And for whatever reason, she just couldn't believe that her mom would do this. And I definitely would love to hear your opinions as I go through everything that happened during the trial, which is a lot. And if you're new here, this is just a reminder that I am not a lawyer. I will not be able to give you a step-by-step breakdown of the trial, or we would be here for a long time. And like I said, I'm just not an expert enough to do that. But I'm here to share the big picture of what went down during this trial because it was a roller coaster. And here's what the prosecution's big picture was. They believe that Melody killed Gary on the night of July 3rd, during the time that she said that she was wrangling up those horses on the property, and that the shooting first transpired in the kitchen during some type of argument. And then based on blood evidence, they believe that Gary then began to move downstairs into the living room area where he was possibly shot at again. And then he went out the sliding glass door where the trail of blood ended. Now, I'm sure a lot of you have been thinking about this, wondering about this. How the hell did Melody get Gary down to the burn pile? And this was one of, if not the biggest point of contention during the trial. And I mentioned it earlier, but Melody was small and Gary was not. Again, he was 6'5", about 300 pounds. He's known as Big Daddy. Wouldn't it have been pretty difficult for her to move his body to the burn pile from the house? And yes, it would have been difficult, but difficult does not mean impossible. During the trial, the jury heard testimony from Scott that their father's tractor was not parked in an area where he normally left it, suggesting, of course, that it may have been used to move him. And they even did a forensic examination, of course, and they found spots of Gary's blood on the side of it. However, it seemed like it wasn't a significant amount of blood, and They didn't find blood or DNA in the front bucket part of the tractor, the part that is used to lift things up, which is where you would expect a body to go if it was used to move a body. But then there was Gary's RTV, and they did find evidence of Melody's blood on the gear shifter, but besides that, there wasn't any DNA to suggest that it had been used to move a body either. The defense also pointed out the grassy area just outside the living room that was still perfectly manicured, meaning that if a tractor or RTV had driven on it, they would have been able to tell. However, there were some tractor tire marks down by the burn pile. But to the defense's point, those marks could have easily been found all over the property. So who's to say that they were related, But anyways, even though it would have been difficult, the prosecution argued that Melody was still the one to move him, even if it meant rolling him there. And not to mention, it was downhill. And so they believed that she was the one who did it. They argued that she was the only person with the means, motive, and opportunity to kill Gary. And they say her motive came down to money, sex, and starting a new life. Ultimately, her and Gary's relationship had been contentious at best, and she found someone else that she wanted to be with more. And rather than leave her husband and lose her luxurious life, they say she killed him to have the best of both worlds. After all, his $2 million life insurance policy was going to be hers in the event of his death.
In this trial, what you have to do is ask yourself, what is the truth? You have to ask yourself certain questions. You do not have to ask yourself, was Gary murdered? He was. You do not have to ask yourself, was Gary Ferris burned on a burn pile? He was. The question you have to ask is, who did this? The evidence demands an answer, and the answer is close. It's at hand. It's close to me. It's close to you. It was close to Gary. And that brings us to what we call means, motive, and opportunity. Let's first talk about opportunity. The reason why you shrink the world down, and you will see at the times in this case, when he was killed and when his body was moved, when things are going on, the only person that's going to be at that house, the only person is her. No one else. Just her. Means. Means is how could you have done it? Because the question you're going to have in your mind that's going to boil down to this case is, how did that little lady get that big man on the burn pile? She's a cowgirl, farm girl. Her daddy owned a hardware store growing up. She's been around it. She had ropes, leads, straps, tow lines. Did I mention they had a tractor? Did I also say tell you they had an RTV? Motive. In my business, there's nothing new under the sun. Let me introduce you to a person called Rusty. Rusty and the defendant became romantic in about 2014. They were in love. They talked like junior high kids in love for the first time. All the time. They had a regular pattern. When you see the opportunity, the means, and the motive, money, sex, new life, the truth. As sad as it is, as hard as it is that the defendant murdered and desecrated her own husband.
Now, the defense, on the other hand, would want you to believe that Melody knew nothing about her husband's financial situation and that she was totally oblivious to his income and that he had no problem with how she spent money. And a big part of their argument for why the jury shouldn't find her guilty had to do with the questions that they said were still unanswered. And one of those questions, of course, was how Gary got to the burn pile. And then another question had to do with the murder weapon. Where was it? Because investigators never actually found it, despite an extensive search effort. But what they did find, though, was .38 caliber ammunition in Scott's room and Scott's room only, which they pointed out was never thoroughly searched for blood. In fact, they said that Scott's room was messy, but his bathroom was uncharacteristically clean. And so at the end of the day, they argued that Scott was the person who should be on trial. They said that he was the one who wanted Gary gone so that the farm could finally be his. And the one thing they pointed to a lot was how quick he was to call it a homicide. And if you remember, he had mentioned a missing gun before a bullet was even found in Gary's ribcage. And then, of course, all of us and the jury have to consider the fact that Scott definitely would have been able to move the body far more easy than his mom would have. And not only that, they also pointed to how suspicious it was of him to delete that trail camera footage that I told you guys about earlier. On top of that, the defense was adamant that investigators acted with confirmation bias and only looked for evidence against Melody because that's who they wanted to be guilty. They even said that there was a perfectly reasonable explanation for the blood drops that were found inside the house. According to the defense, those droplets came from Gary being bit on the ankle by a dog. And considering how little blood was actually there, they said it wouldn't be reasonable to assume that it came from a gunshot wound. Now, one thing that I did find to be particularly interesting is that on the morning of July 4th, Miss Witch over here, Melody, ended up going over to Wally World. And why did she go to Walmart? Well, apparently she was out of bleach of all things. And on the stand, one law enforcement officer actually testified that he remembered smelling cleaning solution as soon as he entered the home. And his testimony was one of many powerful ones that was given throughout the trial, including testimony from their neighbor, Terry, who said that in 2016, Melody texted her, quote, "I hope he dies alone and a gruesome death." The jury also learned that she told Chris there was no point in having a funeral because, quote, "Why have a funeral when there's nothing left?" Melody was just incredibly cold when it came to her husband dying and the things she said about wanting him to die leading up to his actual murder. And just how cold she was reiterated through her kids' testimony. Chris, Scott, and Emily all took the stand to testify against their mom and made it clear there were long-standing marital issues. Each of their testimonies reflected a very troubled marriage and family life, namely due to the actions and infidelities of their mom. And Chris literally said that his dad once told him that every day of his life with Melody was the worst day of his life. Let that sink in. That's incredibly sad. And also, don't forget, Chris was the one that Gary confided in about Melody possibly poisoning him with those cookies. That resulted in him going to the hospital. He also talked about his mom's affair with Ted Wiley, which at one point prompted Gary to file for divorce. And he also said his dad had always been open with him about their marital problems, and this was just one instance of that.
Well, what my dad told me is he was kind of suspicious. My brother, I believe, was the one who kind of initially had those suspicions. But my suspicion, I always thought Ted Wiley was just a little bit too, I don't know, like, I guess maybe flirtatious with my mother.
Who is Ted Wiley?
Ted Wiley was actually in a relationship with my Aunt Sherry.
And how did you know, how were your suspicions confirmed?
I was living in Buckhead with my ex-wife, Jenna, and my father told me, he's like, "I need you to come up to Alpharetta tonight and have dinner with me." I said, okay. And he sat me down and he said, "Chris, I don't think we're going to be able to have Christmas this year." And he began to explain that, why we wouldn't. He told me that my mother had withdrawn, I believe, $50,000 from a home equity line of credit without his knowing about it, and he told me, "I don't know if we're going to be able to have Christmas this year because of this."
At any point, did your mom leave your dad?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
She would leave and be up in Florence, Alabama for months at a time. Weeks, sometimes months.
How did you know where she was going?
My father would tell me.
Was that around the same time as the Ted Wiley
Yes.
affair? Okay. Mm-hmm. Is that what prompted your dad to file divorce papers?
Yes.
Did they end up getting divorced?
No.
Do you know what happened?
She came home. He called me one day and said, "She's coming home. I want you to forgive your mother and accept her back."
And did you do that?
I told him I would.
And as we know, he suspected that his mom had something to do with the murder very early on.
They told me that they found a bullet in my father's rib. And now this was being treated as a homicide. And there were some follow-up questions, and they asked me, would anybody ever benefit from your father being killed? And I was very frank. I said, well, yeah. I mean, my mom and whoever he's related to as far as financially. I mean, at this point in time, my brain had kind of already switched to thinking something had happened to him that wasn't falling in a fire.
Why did it switch?
Because of my mother's behavior when the police were there and just how she was acting.
What was that behavior? How was she acting?
Just not like somebody whose husband had just been found in a burn pile.
Now, as for Scott's testimony, there was obviously a lot to be said. And to summarize it, he spent a lot of time speaking about the events that took place between July 3rd and July 5th, which included the moment that he discovered his dad's remains. And I've just got to say, being the one to discover your dad's remains in that condition is just horrendous beyond words. I feel so bad for Scott. In one of his interviews, he was talking about how he wouldn't wish that experience even on his worst enemy. And God, I just truly can't imagine what that would be like.
Ultimately, you did find the remains of your father, is that right?
Yes. How I found it, like I said, I was going to check the other side of the pond, across the dam. And I started walking that way, and I believe I got either halfway across the dam or got to the other side, and then Melody called me. And she called me and asked, have you thrown a dead goat on the burn pile? I'm like, no, we haven't had anything to die, and I wouldn't throw it on the burn pile. And she said, well, come up here and look at this. So I was like, okay. Well, I turned around and started walking, and I see Amanda walking. She was almost kind of like right in front of my dad's office, coming from the burn pile area, walking back up towards the driveway. She was walking there, and Melody was standing over near the burn pile. And I walk up and look, and I can already start seeing bones. And then I look down, and it appeared to me that it was the inside of a skull. The backside was gone. And you could see like the little blood vessels, I think it was, but it didn't look like a rock or something. So I grabbed a very, very small corner of it, and I lifted it up just enough to where I saw teeth and an eye socket, and I immediately put it right back. And, I was crouched down, and she was standing right there next to me. And I raise up, I put my hand on, across her chest and push her back and go, these are human remains. I am calling 911 right now. Nobody's allowed down here.
And one thing that Scott really made clear is that his mom's reaction to all of this just was not normal. And I think we can all agree. Like Chris, he didn't think that she was acting like someone whose husband was just found dead in this horribly gruesome way, like just burned to basically nothing left in a burn pile on his own property. Anyone else who even had a little bit of love left for their spouse would just be destroyed by that. And he said that her tears didn't seem genuine at all. It was almost like her reaction was just completely fake.
She didn't get angry with anybody, and she showed I didn't notice any of her freaking out or anything like that. The only time that I saw her actually try to kind of show some emotion is after the deputy and the paramedic came back up from the burn pile to say, yes, those are human remains. And then just the way that she started acting, I've seen my mother cry, hundreds of times throughout my life and all. It appeared to me to be fake.
Up until that point, has she cried or anything?
No.
And when he was asked the toughest question of all, Scott cried when he was asked if he had anything to do with his father's murder.
Scott, I want you to look at the jury and answer this question. Did you murder your father?
I absolutely did not murder my father. Without a doubt, I loved him.
Look at me. Did you have anything to do to help your mother dispose of and burn your father?
Absolutely not.
Tell me I'm not me.
No. Like I said, I love my father. He was the backbone. He was the glue to our family.
What further questions, John?
All right, time to take a break.
And I think seeing him like that, it says a lot. I mean, my heart really, really goes out to Scott and everything that he's been through all of this. It's just horrendous. Now, when Emily testified, she talked a lot about their marital issues as well, including testimony about the affair with Ted Wiley. She also discussed the $50,000 home equity line of credit that her mom took out without Gary's knowledge and how things were really never the same after this. And one thing that I thought was really interesting that she shared was how her mom was very insistent that she hand over the letter from the coroner that confirmed his death, because this letter could be used to claim his $2 million life insurance policy. And then, of course, Emily had to describe the painful moment when she found out that her dad was missing. She was living in Tennessee, and she had gotten a call from Chris, so she left work, grabbed her husband and their daughter, and they drove to the farm as fast as they could. And Emily remembered actually having a strange feeling because on the 4th, she had sent a picture of her daughter in a family email thread, and Gary never replied, which was very unlike him. He loved his grandchildren, he loved his kids, and so he always replied to pictures of them. And she even said that Melody was asking her if she had access to Gary's bank accounts while he was still missing, and her obsession was just hard to ignore. And Emily described her mother as being hostile about it after his death. But her opinion, and the opinion of her brothers, was definitely not shared by their sister Amanda, who testified for the defense. I will say it seems that Amanda was torn at this point, and of course that's just my opinion based on her testimony. It doesn't seem like she was outright saying that her mom was innocent no matter what. I mean, her testimony was more like, I'm going to believe she's innocent until she's proven guilty.
And it's fair to say that you're biased in favor of your mom?
I wouldn't say how I'm biased in favor of it. I believe that somebody is innocent until they're proven guilty.
So would you say that you do believe in your mom, though?
She has told me that she's not guilty, and all I can do is believe that until somebody can prove she is guilty. So I would like to believe that my mother had nothing to do with this.
She also talked about her siblings' habits with their parents' money, including Chris's alleged stealing and how Scott leached on them. And she did corroborate that dog bite that the defense said Gary sustained. Amanda's testimony was honestly really emotional because you can see how torn up she was about this. She said that she lost her whole family that day. And regardless of who she believes or what she believes, my heart truly goes out to her because it's a hard situation to be in, and she did lose her whole family that day. I understand wanting to believe someone you love, especially your parent, couldn't have possibly done something so horrific to your other parent. That must be hard to wrap your mind around and accept. Now, switching gears a little bit, I wanted to talk a little bit more about Melody's affairs. Since that was part of the state's motive, it was obviously a big focus during the trial, and rightfully so. For starters, they brought Ted Wiley in to testify, but I'll be honest, he didn't add much more than we already knew. He explained how they met, the extent of their affair, and there was some discussion about money that she had given him over the years, but he didn't have much information to offer on her financial situation. Rusty's testimony, on the other hand, was a lot more insightful. And it was interesting because it almost sounded like he was trying to protect her, which makes sense. In the early parts of his testimony, he talked about how the two of them met, which, if you remember, was through his stepmom and her second cousin, Martha Jane. Then he somewhat hesitantly described their affair and the frequency with which they spoke and saw one another, which was a lot.
Tell the jury how that happened. What was going on?
We were just in close contact with each other almost day in, day out, trying to handle everything, and we became a thing.
So your relationship with her started in 2014?
Yes.
Did you know she was married?
I did.
Did you know she was married to Gary?
I did.
In the beginning, I think, did y'all meet there monthly?
I don't remember how often and when and that. I'm sure there's records, but I don't.
Did it progress to meeting weekly?
At times.
Did you meet more than one time during the week?
It's possible that we did. I do not recall that we did, but
You wouldn't dispute if that was the case?
No. I mean, again, I know there's records, so.
But you did love her in the past, correct?
Correct.
You were in love with her, fair to say?
Yes.
And she was in love with you, fair to say?
Yes.
How many times a day, tell the jury, how many times a day would you talk to her on the phone, whether it's by voice or by text messages?
Off and on all day.
Almost every day?
Almost every day.
But of course, this trial wasn't about the affair. It was about Melody killing her husband. And as we know, Rusty did play a big part in her arrest. But what's interesting, however not really surprising, is he seemed to flip-flop on what side he was on. If you remember, he agreed to record his phone calls with Melody after Gary's murder. But then he ended up telling her that the police were recording the call, which he admitted was very suspicious.
Nope.
So why are you having these other phones to talk outside of the phone calls?
I wanted to make her comfortable so I could find out if there was anything that wasn't known.
You want to make her comfortable?
Mm-hmm.
So you just had to go buy these other burner phones so law enforcement didn't know that y'all were talking?
Correct.
You agree that's suspicious, right?
Of course it is.
Yeah, very suspicious. And there was also a pretty suspicious phone call between the two of them after Melody got arrested.
You all right?
No.
What's wrong?
Well, back a long time ago, I said stop talking.
Right.
I haven't done anything.
I know that, darling.
But somehow the other, what you keep talking about, you're going to single-handedly hang me.
Now, if she really hadn't done anything, there wouldn't be anything that Rusty could say that would hang her, which does make me wonder what he knew. And what's wild is he admitted on the stand that she told him not to speak to police. Take a listen.
Sir?
You can answer the question. Did she talk to you and tell you not to talk to law enforcement because they were trying to get information on her?
I don't think it was spread out verbatim like that. It was just, don't talk.
But we know that he did because not long after the murder, Rusty had that infamous interview where he told investigators that Melody said that Gary was on the burn pile. But here's the thing with that, though. He recanted the statement, or at least the timing of it. He said that Melody did say those things, but it didn't happen when he first said it did. Initially, he said that she told him that before Gary was reported missing, but then he changed his story and said that the call didn't take place until after Gary was found. And I think the timing of it obviously matters a lot. And he recanted that statement just a day after the jailhouse call that I just played a minute ago. Take a listen.
On July 24th, 2018, while meeting with your attorney who was present, and Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope, you told them that the defendant, probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know. Those were your words to law enforcement in July the 24th of 2018. Is that true?
Yes.
And at the time that she made the statement to you that you said she said, on July 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning, Gary had not been reported missing yet. Isn't that true?
Yes.
In July of 2018, he never came back and said, I need to recant that. That was wrong.
Not in July of 2018.
Correct. And you didn't do that. You actually didn't recant until your statement in June of 2019. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And after she was arrested, a couple of days later, you then get in contact with law enforcement and want to tell them something. Is that true?
Yes.
So in this meeting in June of 2019, after the defense been arrested and you were with her and all that, what did you tell law enforcement that what was wrong with the first statement about being on the burn pile? How did you retract that? What did you say?
I don't know that I set a date. I just said that I had gone to Martha's house. Martha had told me, and then while I was there, Melody had called, and then she told me.
You remember saying it could have been July 9th?
I do not know what day it was.
Well, looking at the calendar on the floor there, July 2018, you talked to the the sheriff's office with the TBI on July 10th of 2018. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
And then you talked to him again on July 24th of 2018. You agree with that, correct?
Yes.
And on July 24th, 2018, you tell them, Melody told me Gary's in the burn pile. I don't want to know about it, don't want to talk about it, right?
Yes.
So you're saying that at some point you got the date wrong. Would it have been before the 24th?
Yes, it was before the 24th.
Was it closer to the 9th of July or a different date?
I don't think anything transpired on the 9th of July.
So tell us, what day did this conversation happen where the defendant said Gary's in the burn pile that you said is a different date from July 4th at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I do not know the date, but I do know that it happened after Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope had been up, because after they left, I went to Martha's house, and that's when it was. So it would have been after that.
Now, the defense would basically go on to say that he was under duress the first time that he made that statement. The investigators were getting up in his face, and they basically pressured him into it. But what many believe is that Rusty was telling the truth the first time. And only after speaking with Melody did he decide to change his story. And I've just got to say, I believe scenario 2. And we know from phone records that the two of them spoke on the phone 3 times the night of July 3rd going into July 4th, which is when prosecutors argue that Gary was killed. And that's what makes sense to me. I'm sure it makes sense to you. And don't forget, Melody and Rusty lied about having spoken that day, which is just extremely sketch. So to me, there are just too many instances of them lying to ignore. And the truth, at the end of the day, if it is the truth, it isn't hard to keep it straight. And really, guys, the truth is Melody and Rusty were starting to plan their life without Gary around. Now, I'm sure there will be varying opinions on whether or not he knew, which is fair. I mean, I'm not totally sure either way, but I do think it's safe to say that Rusty was anticipating Gary's death. He told the jury that Melody told him that Gary had esophagus cancer. So they were starting to discuss what life might look like together once he died. There was talk of wedding bands and also that they were going to wait 6 months after his death to start dating publicly. And it's possible that Rusty really believed this whole cancer bit. Plus, it's not like he was ever charged with anything to suggest that he was in on it. So I definitely want to hear your opinions on that one, because just because he wasn't charged doesn't mean that he wasn't involved. But there's just not any evidence to show that he was. But like I said, though, it's clear, in my opinion, allegedly, Rusty knew that Gary's life was coming to an end. Whether he knew how that was going to happen, I don't know, but he knew. Regardless, though, I do think his testimony actually helped the prosecution quite a bit, even though he was pretty resistant with some of his answers. And I know this has been a long episode, so thank you for sticking with me, but we still have 2 more witnesses to go over, and this next one is going to shock you, and the witness is Martha Jane. Now, it may not sound like Martha Jane's testimony would be super shocking, but oh my God. Because the shocking part is that she wasn't slated to testify, as in that was never the plan. She had actually been at home just watching the trial on TV, and she ended up calling the sheriff's department because she believed that Rusty misspoke on the stand. At one point, he had been asked about his guns, and he said that none of them were missing. He also said that no guns were missing at Martha Jane's house either. But she said that that was not true. In the midst of the trial, she gets in contact with the investigators and says there's something heavy on her heart she's got to share. And then she eventually shared it with the jury as well. And that information was that a .38 caliber pistol was missing from her house. Now, this gun was actually a gift from her husband in the 70s, and Melody was one of the few people who knew where it was. Now, the defense did try to argue that Martha Jane was just lying on the stand because she was embarrassed to learn about the affair on TV. But that seems like a pretty aggressive thing to lie about, if you ask me, even if she was pissed about the affair. And unfortunately, we may never know if Melody took that gun or not, seeing as the murder weapon to this day has still never been found. And lastly, I need to mention a woman named Angela Phillips. Okay, so she was Gary's longtime secretary, and she also took the stand. And there were two notable things that she said that I just had to mention. So one thing that she mentioned was that after Gary died, Melody called her to say that Gary had one of his spells and fell, suggesting that his death was accidental. But she said that just didn't make sense to her. She claimed that even though he would get unexpectedly sick, it was never to the degree that he would have fallen into a fire and then been unable to get back out. Like, he was weak at times, but not that weak, which leads me to the next thing that Angela said. And this is so eerie, but she said that Gary once told her, quote, "You'll know what to tell Dateline if I die mysteriously." I mean, come on, isn't that just wild? And then his case was covered on Dateline, which is, oh my God, insane foreshadowing if you ask me. And she did have more to say, but those two things were definitely what stood out the most. Now, for closing arguments, everything was pretty standard. The state was strong in their conviction that only Melody could have done this, and the only outcome that makes sense is her being found guilty. And the defense continued to reiterate that there were too many questions unanswered and too much reasonable doubt. During closing, though, there was this reenactment, if you will, where the defense attorney brought in these big bags of salt. He very dramatically throws them all down into this burlap bag to emphasize how heavy they are. And then he starts pulling on them. And he only gets a few feet before he throws his arms up and says, "That's all I got," and acts like he can't catch his breath. And his point, of course, being that it was hard for him, a 180-pound man, to drag something that weighs 320 pounds. And obviously, he's making the argument that if he's struggling to do it, how could Melody have moved Gary's body 100 yards? Take a look.
This is 320 pounds. I am 185 pounds. And that's all I have. I think it is.
And I gotta say, I know that he's just doing his job, and it was creative. I'll give him credit for that. But I just found it to be kind of funny, silly, and goofy. I mean, I think we can all agree it's a bit ridiculous, and it looked a little, there was some acting going on. But when it was all said and done, the prosecution just had a stronger argument. And after 3 days of deliberating, the jury ultimately found Melody Ferris guilty on all charges. And there actually was a point during deliberations when they told the judge that they were deadlocked, but he encouraged them to give it another try, go back in there, figure it out, and that's when they came to their decision. And some jurors actually spoke out later on, and they said that the cell phone data was really what persuaded them that it only could have been her. And this is actually a really interesting theory that one of the jurors had come up with and shared. But they theorized that maybe she forced him to walk to the burn pile at gunpoint, which would explain how she got his body there, which, I mean, once I thought more about that, I think it definitely could be possible. And I really want to know what you guys think of that theory. Now, when it came to Melody's sentencing, after not speaking at all during the trial, she gave a very unexpected and wild speech. Now, that hearing took place on December 5th of 2024, and rather than start asking for mercy, Melody took this as her opportunity to further point the finger at her son, Scott. Now, her statement was 20 minutes long, and I'm surprised that she was able to go on that long, and I just had to play some of it for you, even though it's 20 minutes. We're obviously not going to play 20 minutes of it right now, but you can always look it up if you want. But I had to share some of it because it is wild.
On July the 5th, 2018, 6 years, 5 months ago today, began the worst nightmare that I could have ever imagined. Not only my world, but my family's world was absolutely destroyed at the hands of one person. I want to make sure that my children, my grandchildren, and Gary's family, and to be honest, at this point in time, the entire world who has viewed this. I have waited for years to make this statement to everyone. I want the world to know who did this. I have always heard that the courtroom is the last place you're going to get the truth. And has that ever been proven to be the truth in this case? Not only did I not do this, I know who did. I know Scott killed his father. He took my husband, the father of Chris, Emily, and Amanda. Scott, this is unforgivable. Scott, I have spent an entire life of loving and protecting you, but this I refuse to cover for you. My mother begged me to take the blame for this. She said after she talked to you, after Gary died, that she knew you had done it. Her exact words were, "You are his mother. You have to take blame for this."
The judge even did have to stop her a few times and redirect her because she was bringing up allegations that weren't even, verified, weren't even part of the trial. So it was only in the last 5 minutes or so that she did start asking for mercy.
I spent 18 plus months in the Cherokee County Jail over something that I did not do. The last thing, I thought that was the last thing I could do to Gary, for him, to get justice for him. I can remember thinking, it's okay that I sit here. I just want answers. That's all I want. And I still haven't gotten them. And I don't think that I ever will. And that scares me to death. I know that in my heart, body, and soul, who did this. And I'm begging for help. I'm begging you, Judge Cannon. Please do not send me to prison for something I didn't do. If I had done this, I would take this charge gladly. If it would bring Gary back, I would gladly go to prison. Please do this for Gary and my family. I have missed years with the people that I love dearly. I do not want to wait years for justice, years that I may not have. I know this is something that you may never have seen before. And I plead with you to roll this verdict out. Help me get justice for the correct person. As bad as it sounds, I want to be there to watch him chained and shackled and brought to justice. I plead with you. I'm begging you, not for me, but for Gary and my children and my grandchildren.
Now, people in their lives just couldn't believe that she would stoop to that level at the end of all of this, that she would really blame her son and leave him with that much pain. And if you're watching this episode, you probably saw Scott. He was in the courtroom and he looked absolutely stunned. He said it took everything in him not to burst out in court and just maintain as much calm energy as he could as his mother is accusing him of the murder of his father when she is very clearly guilty. Here he is ready to close this chapter after everything they have been through over the last couple years. And his mother is taking it as one more opportunity to try and drag him down and make other people believe that he did this. And to insist that she's taking the fall for him is just evil, if you ask me. It's so brutal. I can't imagine saying that to your own child, knowing damn well that you did this. And I 100% believe that she did. I'm sure maybe there's even some of you who wonder, and that's fair. In my heart of hearts, in my brain, I guess I could say, I don't know. I feel very strongly that she is responsible for Gary's murder. So for her to sit there and try to put all that on her son as probably the last interaction that the two of them will ever have, yeah, it's just evil. I don't think there's any other word for it. And luckily the judge saw right through that bullshit. And in the end, he sentenced that witch to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 30 years. But she also received an additional 5 years for concealing his remains and 5 more after that for making false statements. So even with her parole eligibility, she'll be well into her 90s before she even got the chance to be released. So chances are she's getting life in prison. She's not going to see another free day, or at least I truly hope that that is the case. And of course, because she's Melody, she is still maintaining her innocence to this day. And she said that she's not going to stop fighting until the truth is revealed. Now, what's interesting too is the lead detective on the case said that as soon as she was found guilty, all of a sudden she started making up all these crazy things about Scott, which sadly doesn't shock me, but my heart really hurts for Scott that his own mother is willing to do that, knowing damn well what she did. And of course, we do see people doing that a lot as some sort of last-ditch effort, but it just hurts when it's your own mother. Now, this has been a very long episode, so thank you to all of you who have stuck through till the end. I really, really want to know your thoughts on this one because I have so many. I had to kind of limit my commentary to some degree, or else this just would have been an unbelievably long episode. And I'm not going to end here with some big outro since we've been going long enough. But like I said, I really do want to know your thoughts on this case. So sound off in the comments. And I guess what I want to know the most is, do you think they got the right person? Or was this investigation botched like Melody said? Do you think Scott is actually the one who killed his father? I gotta say, I strongly disagree with that right off the bat. And I just feel bad for Scott that he even still has to deal with those allegations. But if you feel differently, I want to know why. So let me know and let's have a chat in the comments because I'm eager to know what you think. But that is going to be it for me today, you guys. I will, of course, be back next week. Sorry, I'm getting really tired. That was a long one. But I'll be back next week to discuss another case. And until then, stay safe out there.